What if I told you there exists a millennial code, hidden between the lines of humanity's oldest history, capable of unlocking everything you've always desired? The Code of Solomon is not just another book about manifestation. It is a profound journey into the secrets that made King Solomon the wisest, most prosperous, and powerful man of his time. But here's the truth that few realize. Solomon didn't possess superpowers. He mastered something far more powerful. He understood the invisible laws that govern reality. In this transformative audiobook, you will discover how ancient wisdom meets perfectly with modern neuroscience and quantum physics. You will learn to reprogram your subconscious mind using principles tested over 3,000 years ago, but validated by contemporary science. You are about to unveil why your previous manifestation attempts didn't work, how Solomon used the energy of words to materialize realities, the secret of the divided mind that sabotages 95% of people, the millennial technique of emotional alignment that attracts abundance, how to transform limiting beliefs into portals of infinite possibilities. Each chapter is a key. Each key opens a door, and behind these doors is the version of you that already lives the life you desire. This is not an audiobook to be merely listened to. It is meant to be lived. Prepare to rewrite your story using the oldest and most powerful code ever known to humanity. Your transformation begins now. The code is waiting for you. Chapter 1. The King Who Knew the Secret. There's a question that has haunted humanity for thousands of years, whispered in the corridors of ancient temples and debated in modern laboratories alike. It's a question that, once answered, changes everything about how you see yourself and the world around you. That question is simple, yet profound. What did Solomon know that we don't? Picture this. A young man, barely in his 20s, stands before the infinite expanse of possibility. He's just inherited a kingdom, but he feels completely unprepared. The weight of responsibility crushes down on his shoulders. His father, the great King David, has left him enormous shoes to fill. The people expect miracles. Enemies circle like vultures. And this young man, this Solomon, knows something that most people never realize in their entire lifetime. He knows that he doesn't know enough, and that awareness, that humble recognition of his own limitations, becomes the doorway to everything. But here's what makes Solomon's story different from every other tale of power and wealth you've ever heard. He didn't ask for riches. He didn't beg for power. He didn't pray for victory over his enemies. When the divine presence appeared to him in a dream and offered him anything his heart desired, Solomon asked for one thing only: wisdom, understanding, the ability to discern between what's true and what's false, between what serves and what destroys. And in that moment, in that single choice, Solomon activated a code that would transform him from an uncertain young man into the most prosperous, powerful, and enlightened ruler of the ancient world. Now I need you to pause for a moment and really absorb what I'm about to tell you, because this is where everything you thought you knew about success and manifestation gets turned on its head. Solomon didn't become wise because some supernatural force magically downloaded information into his brain. He became wise because he understood something fundamental about how reality works. He understood that wisdom isn't about accumulating facts or memorizing information. Wisdom is about aligning your inner world with the invisible laws that govern the outer world. It's about recognizing that you're not a victim of circumstances, but a creator of your reality. And once you grasp this, truly grasp it at the deepest level of your being, everything changes. Let me take you deeper into what made Solomon different. The ancient texts tell us that his wisdom surpassed that of all the people of the East and all the wisdom of Egypt. Kings and queens traveled from distant lands just to hear him speak. He wrote thousands of proverbs, composed over 1,000 songs, and his understanding of nature, from the towering cedars of Lebanon to the tiny hyssop growing in the walls, was unmatched. But here's the secret that most people miss when they read these stories. They think Solomon was special, chosen, different from them. They think, well, of course he could do all that. He was King Solomon. I'm just me. And right there, in that thought, they activate the very belief system that keeps them trapped in limitation. You see, Solomon wasn't born with some supernatural gift that you don't have. He simply understood how to use what he had. He understood that the human mind is the most powerful creative force in the known universe. Modern neuroscience is only now beginning to confirm what Solomon knew 3,000 years ago. Your brain doesn't distinguish between what's vividly imagined and what's actually experienced. When you think a thought repeatedly, you create neural pathways. When you attach emotion to that thought, you supercharge those pathways. When you act as if something is already true, you begin to collapse the quantum field of infinite possibilities into a specific reality. Solomon knew this code. He lived this code. And that's what made all the difference. Think about the stories of Solomon's wealth. The Bible tells us that silver was considered as common as stones during his reign. Gold flowed into his kingdom like rivers. His throne was unlike anything the world had ever seen, covered in ivory and pure gold, with 12 lions standing on 6 steps. Ships brought him treasures from distant lands. But here's what nobody talks about. Solomon didn't chase wealth. Wealth chased Solomon. Why? Because he had aligned his consciousness with the frequency of abundance. He understood that prosperity isn't something you pursue. It's something you become. It's a state of being, not a state of doing. Modern physics, particularly quantum mechanics, tells us something that sounds almost mystical, but is actually scientifically validated. At the quantum level, reality exists as waves of probability until an observer collapses those waves into particles, into matter, into physical reality. In simpler terms, your observation, your attention, your consciousness literally shapes the physical world around you. Solomon understood this intuitively. He knew that where you place your attention, energy flows, and where energy flows, reality grows. This is why he filled his mind with wisdom, with understanding, with elevated thoughts and emotions. He was constantly collapsing the quantum field in the direction of his desires, not through struggle or force, but through alignment. Let me share something with you that might sound radical at first, but stay with me, because this is crucial. Solomon's greatest secret wasn't external. It wasn't about the right rituals, the perfect prayers, or even the correct actions, although those all played their part. His greatest secret was internal. It was about the relationship between his conscious mind and his subconscious mind. You see, your conscious mind is like the captain of a ship, making decisions, setting directions, choosing destinations. But your subconscious mind is like the crew that actually runs the ship. And here's the critical part. The crew is far more powerful than the captain. Your subconscious mind controls 95% of your behavior, your habits, your automatic responses. It's running programs that were installed in your childhood, programs you didn't choose, programs that might not serve you at all. And this is where most people get stuck. Solomon understood that you can't just think positive thoughts and expect your life to change. if your subconscious is programmed with beliefs of limitation, unworthiness, and lack. That's like planting roses in toxic soil and wondering why they won't bloom. The conscious mind might say, "I deserve abundance." But if the subconscious is running an old program that says, "People like me don't get wealthy," or "Money is the root of all evil," or "I'm not smart enough, talented enough, worthy enough," then guess which program wins? The subconscious, every single time. Solomon's wisdom was in recognizing this split and learning how to reprogram the deeper mind, how to replace limiting beliefs with empowering truths, how to align both aspects of consciousness in the same direction. And here's where it gets really interesting. The ancient texts tell us that Solomon's heart was fully devoted to understanding the nature of reality. He studied everything: plants, animals, human behavior, the movements of the heavens, the patterns of nature. But he wasn't just accumulating information for its own sake. He was searching for the underlying principles, the invisible laws that govern all of creation. He discovered that the same patterns repeat at every level of reality, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy. Modern science calls this fractals, sacred geometry, the holographic nature of the universe. Solomon called it wisdom. What does this mean for you right now, listening to these words? It means that the same creative power that allowed Solomon to manifest unprecedented prosperity, influence, and fulfillment is available to you. Not someday, not when you're more spiritual or more worthy or more ready. Right now, in this moment. The only difference between where you are and where you want to be is the programming running in your subconscious mind and the vibrational frequency you're emitting into the quantum field. Change those two things, and you change everything. Let me tell you about something called the Solomon effect. I use this term to describe what happens when you truly understand and apply the principles that made Solomon extraordinary. The Solomon effect is when your external reality begins to mirror your internal state so perfectly that it seems almost magical. Opportunities appear out of nowhere. The right people show up at the right time. Resources flow to you effortlessly. Obstacles dissolve before you even reach them. But here's the truth behind the magic. It's not magic at all. It's the natural result of aligning your consciousness with the fundamental laws of the universe. It's what happens when you stop fighting against reality and start flowing with it. It's what occurs when you reprogram your subconscious mind from lack to abundance, from fear to faith, from limitation to infinite possibility. Solomon became legendary not because he was lucky or chosen or different from you. He became legendary because he understood something that most people never learn. He understood that you can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. If you want different results, you need to become a different person. Not cosmetically, not superficially, but at the deepest level of your being. You need to change your beliefs, your thoughts, your emotions, your habitual ways of responding to life. You need to elevate your state of being to match the reality you desire to create. And this is exactly what Solomon did. Consider for a moment the famous story of the two women who came to Solomon, both claiming to be the mother of the same baby. Everyone remembers that he suggested cutting the baby in half to reveal the true mother. But do you understand what this story really demonstrates? It shows Solomon's ability to see beyond the surface, to understand human nature at its core, to recognize that the vibration of truth is different from the vibration of deception. He didn't need evidence or proof. He simply tuned into the energetic signature of authenticity versus pretense. This is the level of awareness available to you when you learn to quiet your thinking mind and access the deeper intelligence that already knows everything you need to know. Modern neuroscience tells us about something called neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself based on repeated thoughts and experiences. Every time you think a thought, you strengthen certain neural pathways and weaken others. Your brain is literally reshaping itself moment by moment based on where you direct your attention. Solomon understood this principle thousands of years before we had brain scans and neuroscience. He knew that you become what you contemplate. He knew that your dominant thoughts create your dominant reality. This is why the ancient proverbs attribute to him say things like, "As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Not as he wishes, not as he hopes, not as he pretends, but as he truly thinks and feels in the depths of his being." Here's something most people don't realize about manifestation and why their attempts often fail. They focus on the doing, the actions, the strategies, the techniques. They try to force outcomes through sheer willpower. But Solomon understood that being precedes doing, and doing produces having. In other words, you must first become the person who already has what you desire. You must embody that state of consciousness. You must feel it, breathe it, live it, be it, and then the actions that lead to the manifestation flow naturally and effortlessly from that state of being. You don't have to figure everything out. You don't have to control every detail. You simply need to maintain the vibration, and the universe orchestrates the details. Think about how Solomon approached building the temple, one of the most magnificent structures of the ancient world. He didn't do it through force or stress or anxiety. The texts tell us that he prepared everything in advance, that the stones were cut at the quarry so that no hammer or chisel was heard at the building site. Everything flowed with precision and grace. This is a metaphor for how creation works when you're aligned with the code, when you're in the right state of consciousness, when your subconscious mind is programmed for success, when your vibration matches your desire. The manifestation happens smoothly. The pieces fall into place. The path reveals itself. The resources appear, not through struggle, but through alignment. I want you to understand something crucial right now. Solomon's wisdom wasn't theoretical. It wasn't abstract philosophy meant for intellectual debate. It was practical, applicable, results-oriented knowledge about how to create the life you want. Every principle he understood, every truth he embodied, every law he worked with, you can access and apply in your own life. The same creative intelligence that flowed through Solomon flows through you. The same quantum field of infinite possibilities that he navigated exists around you right now. The same subconscious mind that he learned to reprogram is waiting for your instructions. The same vibrational universe that responded to his frequency is responding to yours. But here's the challenge, and I need you to hear this clearly because it's the difference between those who transform their lives and those who stay stuck forever. You can know all of this intellectually and still not change a single thing about your reality. Knowledge without application is just entertainment. Understanding without embodiment is just mental gymnastics. Solomon didn't become Solomon by reading about wisdom. He became Solomon by living it, by practicing it daily, by making it his dominant way of being in the world. And that's exactly what you must do. Not tomorrow, not next week, not when you feel more ready. Now. Today. This moment. The ancient texts tell us that people came from all nations to hear Solomon's wisdom, that the whole world sought audience with him. But what were they really seeking? They were seeking the code, the secret, the key that unlocked his extraordinary life. And here's the beautiful irony. Solomon tried to tell them. He wrote proverbs, composed songs, taught principles, but most people couldn't hear what he was really saying because they were looking for something external, some technique, or ritual, or magic formula. They couldn't accept that the power was always internal, that the kingdom they sought was within them, that they already possessed everything they needed to transform their reality. You see, the reason Solomon's story matters so much isn't because it happened 3,000 years ago to a king in ancient Israel. It matters because it's happening right now to you. Every moment you're making choices about what to think, what to feel, what to believe, what to become. Every moment you're either aligning with the code or resisting it. Every moment you're either programming your subconscious mind for limitation or for possibility. Every moment you're either collapsing the quantum field toward the reality you desire or toward more of what you already have. And the beautiful truth is that you get to choose. In this moment and every moment that follows, you get to choose. Solomon chose wisdom because he understood that everything else flows from wisdom. When you have clarity about how reality works, when you understand the invisible laws that govern manifestation, when you align your consciousness with these principles, prosperity isn't something you chase. It finds you. Success isn't something you struggle for. It emerges naturally. Fulfillment isn't something you seek externally. It radiates from within. This is the code. This is the secret. This is what Solomon knew that changed everything. And now, right here at the beginning of this journey, I'm inviting you to step into the same understanding that transformed an uncertain young man into the wisest, most prosperous ruler of his age. I'm inviting you to recognize that you're not reading this by accident. You're not hearing these words by chance. Something in you knows that there's more available, that you're capable of more, that your current reality doesn't have to define your future reality. That knowing, that inner whisper, that's your consciousness trying to wake itself up. That's your higher self calling you toward the life you were meant to live. That's the same intelligence that guided Solomon guiding you on right now. The journey we're about to take together isn't about learning new information, although you will discover things that might surprise you. It's about remembering what you've always known at the deepest level of your being. It's about activating dormant codes that exist within your DNA, within your consciousness, within the very fabric of your being. It's about aligning yourself with forces so powerful, so fundamental, so universal, that when you work with them instead of against them, miracles become your new normal. Solomon understood these forces. He worked with these forces. He became one with these forces. And so can you. In the chapters that follow, we're going to decode the specific principles that made Solomon extraordinary. We're going to explore how your thoughts create your reality, how your words shape your world, how your emotions magnetize your experiences. We're going to uncover why most people sabotage themselves without realizing it, and how to heal that split consciousness. We're going to dive deep into the quantum nature of reality and how to collapse infinite possibilities into the specific outcomes you desire. We're going to discover the ancient practice of living from your desired future instead of your familiar past. But all of it, every single principle, every technique, every insight, builds on this foundational understanding. You are not separate from the creative power of the universe. You are an expression of it. And when you align with it, consciously and deliberately, you tap into the same source that made Solomon legendary. So here's my question for you, and I want you to really feel into this before we move forward. Are you ready to stop being a victim of circumstances and become the creator of your reality? Are you ready to stop waiting for permission from the world and start claiming the power that's always been yours? Are you ready to stop living a fraction of your potential and start embodying the fullness of who you truly are? Because if you're ready, if you're truly ready, then everything is about to change. The code is waiting. Solomon left it for you. All you have to do is activate it. And that activation begins right now, in this moment, with the simple decision to see yourself differently, to know yourself as the powerful creator you've always been, to step into the wisdom that transforms everything. The king who knew the secret is reaching across time to show you that the same secret lives in you. Listen closely. The whisper is getting louder. Your transformation has already begun. Chapter 2. The Law of Dominant Thought. What you think about most, you become. It sounds simple, almost too simple to be the key to everything. But here's what I need you to understand right from the start of this chapter. This isn't just some positive thinking platitude. This is a fundamental law of the universe, as real and as powerful as gravity. Solomon knew this law. He lived this law, and it's the reason his mind could shape reality in ways that still seem miraculous thousands of years later. Let me ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with yourself. What thoughts dominate your mind on a daily basis? Not the thoughts you wish you had, not the thoughts you think you should have, but the actual thoughts that run through your consciousness hour after hour, day after day. Are they thoughts of possibility or limitation, abundance or scarcity, confidence or doubt, success or failure? Because here's the truth that will either liberate you or terrify you, depending on how you choose to receive it. Those dominant thoughts are literally constructing your future reality right now. They're not just passive observations about your life. They're active instructions to your subconscious mind and energetic commands to the quantum field. Solomon understood something that modern neuroscience is only now confirming with brain imaging technology and decades of research. Your brain doesn't care whether a thought is true or false, helpful or harmful, based in reality or completely imagined. Your brain simply responds to whatever you feed it most consistently. Think about that for a moment. Your neural networks, the physical structures in your brain, reshape themselves based on your habitual thinking patterns. Scientists call this neuroplasticity, and it's one of the most important discoveries of our time. But Solomon called it wisdom. He knew that your mind is like a garden, and you are the gardener. Whatever seeds you plant most abundantly, whatever you water and nurture with your attention and emotion, that's what grows. That's what takes over the landscape of your life. Now here's where most people get stuck, and I see this every single day. They hear about the power of positive thinking, and they try to force themselves to think positively. They paste affirmations on their mirror. They repeat mantras while their inner dialogue is screaming the opposite message. They try to overlay positive thoughts on top of deeply rooted negative beliefs, and then they wonder why nothing changes. They wonder why the universe isn't responding. They wonder why the law of attraction seems to work for everyone else, but not for them. And the answer is both simple and profound. They're trying to change the fruit without changing the root. Your dominant thoughts aren't the occasional positive affirmations you speak for 5 minutes in the morning. Your dominant thoughts are the underlying beliefs, assumptions, and internal narratives that run continuously in the background of your consciousness. They're the thoughts you think when nobody's watching, when you're alone with yourself, when your guard is down. They're the automatic responses you have to situations, the immediate judgments you make about yourself and others, the stories you tell yourself about why things are the way they are. And here's the critical insight. Those background thoughts, those subconscious programs, they're running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, broadcasting a signal into the quantum field, attracting experiences that match their frequency. This is the law Solomon mastered. This is the code you must crack. Let me take you deeper into how this actually works, because once you understand the mechanism, everything changes. Your conscious mind, the part of you that's listening to these words right now, processes about 40 bits of information per second. That sounds like a lot until you realize that your subconscious mind processes 11 million bits per second. Think about that ratio. Your conscious mind is like a tiny flashlight, and your subconscious mind is like the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Which one do you think has more influence over your reality? Which one do you think the universe responds to more powerfully? This is why you can consciously want success, while unconsciously believing you don't deserve it. And guess which program wins? The subconscious, every single time. Solomon wrote in his Proverbs, "As a man thinks in his heart, so is he." Notice he didn't say, "As a man thinks in his head." He said heart, which the ancient wisdom traditions understood as the seat of the subconscious mind, the place where your deep beliefs and feelings reside. Your heart, in this context, represents the subconscious programs that generate the dominant thoughts that shape your reality. And here's the beautiful and empowering truth. Those programs can be changed. Those dominant thoughts can be upgraded. You are not stuck with the mental patterns you inherited or developed in your past. You have the power to reprogram your mind, just as Solomon did, and in doing so, reprogram your entire life experience. But before we talk about how to change your dominant thoughts, you need to understand why they're so powerful. Remember what we discussed about the quantum field in the first chapter? At the most fundamental level of reality, everything exists as waves of probability. Infinite possibilities exist simultaneously until an observer collapses those waves into a specific reality through the act of observation. But here's what most people miss. It's not just your conscious observation that collapses the quantum field. It's your dominant vibration, which is determined by your dominant thoughts and the emotions attached to them. You're collapsing probability waves into physical reality continuously, unconsciously, based on whatever signal you're broadcasting most consistently. This isn't mystical speculation. This is quantum physics meeting ancient wisdom. Think about someone who grew up in poverty and now has all the external tools for success: education, skills, opportunities, connections. But somehow, they keep sabotaging themselves. They make it to a certain level of income, and then something happens. They lose the job, make a bad investment, have an unexpected expense. They get close to a relationship milestone, and then push the person away. They're on the verge of a breakthrough, and then retreat into familiar patterns. Why? Because their dominant thoughts are still programmed with scarcity, unworthiness, the belief that people like them don't get to have good things. Their conscious mind wants prosperity, but their subconscious dominant thoughts are broadcasting a completely different signal, and the universe responds to the dominant signal, not the occasional wish. Solomon accumulated wealth that was legendary, but it wasn't because he chased money. It was because his dominant thoughts were aligned with abundance. He didn't have a poverty consciousness trying to attract wealth. He had a prosperity consciousness that naturally magnetized resources. He didn't wake up every morning worrying about scarcity. He lived in a mental state of sufficiency and overflow, and the external world had no choice but to mirror that internal state. This is the law. This is how it works. Your outer reality will always, eventually, match your inner reality. Always. Now let me share something with you that might shift everything for you right now. Your dominant thoughts create what I call your vibrational set point. Imagine a thermostat in your house. Let's say it's set to 70 degrees. If the temperature drops below 70, the heater kicks on. If it rises above 70, the air conditioning turns on. The system is designed to maintain that set point, no matter what's happening externally. Your subconscious mind works exactly the same way with your life circumstances. If you have a vibrational set point for earning $50,000 a year, and suddenly you make $100,000, your subconscious will activate behaviors and create situations to bring you back to your set point. Not because the universe is punishing you, but because your dominant thoughts have established a comfort zone, and your subconscious always seeks to maintain homeostasis with your programming. This is why lottery winners often end up broke. This is why people who lose weight often gain it back. This is why success can feel uncomfortable to someone whose dominant thoughts are programmed with failure. Their external circumstances temporarily rise above their internal set point, and the subconscious mind, faithful servant that it is, works to restore equilibrium. The only way to permanently change your external circumstances is to change your internal set point. You do this by changing your dominant thoughts, and you change your dominant thoughts by consciously, deliberately, consistently feeding your mind new information until the new patterns become automatic, until the new beliefs become dominant. Solomon understood that the mind is always creating. It's never idle. It's never neutral. Every moment, you're either constructing the reality you desire or reinforcing the reality you want to escape. There is no middle ground. Your thoughts are either lifting you or lowering you, expanding you or contracting you, empowering you or diminishing you. And here's the part that most people find uncomfortable. You can't blame anyone else for the thoughts you think. Your circumstances might influence you, but they don't control you. Other people might suggest thoughts to you, but they can't make you think them. You are the sole authority over your mental landscape. This is absolute sovereignty. This is complete responsibility. And this is the gateway to total freedom. Let me tell you about the anatomy of a dominant thought, because understanding this will help you recognize what you're working with. A dominant thought isn't just a single idea that passes through your mind. It's a complex structure that includes belief, emotion, and repetition. First, there's the core belief, often unconscious, that acts as a lens through which you interpret all experience. Then there's the emotional charge attached to that belief, which determines its magnetic power. And finally, there's the repetition factor, how often you return to this thought pattern throughout the day. When these three elements combine, belief plus emotion plus repetition, you create a dominant thought that has the power to shape your physical reality. For example, let's say someone has a core belief that they're not good enough. That's the belief component. Every time they think this thought, they feel emotions like shame, inadequacy, or fear. That's the emotional charge. And because this pattern was installed in childhood and has been reinforced for decades, they return to it hundreds of times per day, automatically. That's the repetition factor. These three elements create a dominant thought pattern so strong that it overrides any conscious attempt to think positively or affirm worthiness. The person might say, "I am confident and capable," but the dominant thought running underneath is broadcasting, "I'm not good enough." And that's the signal the universe receives and reflects back. Now here's the empowering part, and this is where Solomon's wisdom becomes practical and applicable. You can install new dominant thoughts using the exact same formula. You identify the belief you want to embody, you attach powerful positive emotion to it, and you repeat it consistently until it becomes automatic. This isn't about lying to yourself or pretending things are different than they are. This is about consciously choosing what you want your mind to focus on, what you want to become true, and then consistently programming that reality into your subconscious until it becomes your new set point, your new normal, your new dominant way of being. Think about Solomon's wisdom regarding speech. He said things like, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." What was he really saying? He was teaching about dominant thoughts, expressed through words. Your words are your thoughts made audible. They carry vibration. They create reality. But only when they're backed by the emotional conviction of true belief. You can't just say positive words while feeling negative emotions and expect transformation. The emotion is the key. The feeling is the language the universe understands. Solomon didn't just speak words of wisdom. He felt the truth of those words in his entire being. His dominant thoughts were saturated with the emotion of certainty, and that certainty created the reality that matched it. Let me give you a modern scientific perspective on this ancient wisdom. Neuroscientists have discovered that when you think the same thought repeatedly, you create a neural pathway. The first time you think a new thought, it's like walking through a dense forest, difficult and awkward. The second time, slightly easier. The 10th time, you're starting to create a path. The 100th time, it's a well-worn trail. The 1,000th time, it's a highway. Your most dominant thoughts have highways in your brain, neural networks so established that the thoughts fire automatically without any conscious effort on your part. And here's what's crucial. Those neural highways determine your automatic behaviors, your emotional reactions, your perception of reality, and ultimately, your life experience. But neurons that fire together wire together, and neurons that don't fire together don't stay wired together. This means that if you stop traveling down the old neural pathways of limiting thoughts and start creating new pathways with empowering thoughts, the old highways eventually become overgrown. The old patterns lose their power. The new patterns become dominant. This is neuroplasticity in action. This is how you reprogram your mind. This is how Solomon maintained his wisdom, and you can develop yours. By consciously choosing your thoughts, consistently reinforcing them with emotion and repetition, until they become your new dominant patterns. Now I need to address something important because I know some of you are thinking it right now. But I can't control my thoughts. They just happen to me. And I'm going to tell you something that might sound harsh at first, but it's actually incredibly liberating. That's not true. You absolutely can control your thoughts. What's true is that you haven't learned how yet. What's true is that you've practiced unconscious thinking for so long that it feels automatic. What's true is that your current dominant thoughts were installed without your conscious participation, and now they run on autopilot. But none of that means you're powerless to change them. In fact, the moment you realize you've been thinking unconsciously, you've already taken the first step toward thinking consciously. Awareness is always the beginning of transformation. Solomon didn't wake up wise. He became wise through practice. He trained his mind like an athlete trains their body. He became aware of his thoughts. He questioned his assumptions. He challenged his beliefs. He deliberately chose what to focus on and what to dismiss. And most importantly, He understood that vigilance is required. Your mind, left to its own devices, will default to familiar patterns, even if those patterns are destructive. This is why the wisdom traditions speak of watching your thoughts, of guarding your heart, of being mindful and present. This isn't just spiritual poetry. This is practical instruction for managing the most powerful creative tool you possess, your consciousness. Let me paint you a picture of what happens when you truly master the law of dominant thought. Imagine waking up in the morning, and before your feet hit the floor, your mind is already focused on gratitude, possibility, and intention. Instead of immediately checking your phone and reacting to external stimuli, you spend the first few minutes of consciousness programming your day with empowering thoughts. As you move through your morning, you catch yourself when old limiting patterns arise. You don't judge yourself for having the thought. You simply observe it, recognize it as an old program, and consciously choose a different thought. Throughout the day, you remain aware of your internal dialogue. When you face a challenge, instead of automatically thinking, "This is too hard," or "I can't do this," you pause, breathe, and choose thoughts like, "I'm figuring this out," or "Solutions are coming to me," or "I trust my ability to handle this." Before sleep, you review your day not with criticism, but with compassion, and you program your subconscious mind with visions of your desired future, knowing that the hours of sleep are when your subconscious does its deepest work. This is what Solomon practiced. This is what made him different. Not genetic superiority, not divine favoritism, conscious mastery of his own mind. And after weeks of this practice, you notice something shifting. The positive thoughts start to feel more natural. The limiting thoughts lose their grip. Your emotional state becomes more stable. Opportunities start appearing. Relationships improve. Your health gets better. Money flows more easily. And people around you start asking what's different about you. They can feel the shift in your energy even if they can't articulate it. This is the law of dominant thought in action. This is what happens when you stop being a passive receiver of random thoughts and become the active director of your mental landscape. But I have to be honest with you about something. This isn't a one-time fix. This isn't a weekend workshop solution. Changing your dominant thoughts is a lifestyle, a commitment, a practice that continues for as long as you want to grow and evolve. Solomon didn't stop developing his wisdom after a few months. He continued refining his mind his entire life. And the beautiful thing is that it gets easier. The more you practice conscious thinking, the more natural it becomes. The neural pathways strengthen. The old patterns weaken. Your vibrational set point rises, and you start experiencing what I call the Solomon effect, where your external reality consistently reflects your internal state of expanded consciousness. Here's something most people don't realize about the law of dominant thought. It's not just affecting your personal reality. It's affecting everyone and everything around you. Your thoughts create an energetic field that other people can sense. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt tension even though nobody said a word? Have you ever been around someone whose presence just made you feel good for no logical reason? That's because consciousness affects the field. Your dominant thoughts create a vibrational atmosphere that influences everyone in your proximity. This is why Solomon could walk into any situation and shift the energy. His dominant thoughts were so elevated, so aligned with wisdom and peace, that his very presence changed the frequency of whatever space he entered. Think about this in practical terms. If your dominant thoughts are anxious and fearful, You're broadcasting that frequency. People around you unconsciously pick up on it and respond accordingly. If your dominant thoughts are confident and abundant, you're broadcasting that frequency, and people respond to that instead. Your thoughts literally create the lens through which others see you. This isn't about manipulation or fake positivity. This is about understanding that you're always broadcasting a signal, whether you're aware of it or not, and that signal determines much of how the world responds to you. When you master the law of dominant thought, you master the art of presence. You become someone people want to be around, someone opportunities gravitate toward, someone who naturally attracts cooperation and support. Solomon's wisdom attracted kings and queens from distant lands. But what were they really drawn to? They were drawn to the frequency of his consciousness. They could feel the coherence between his thoughts, his words, and his being. There was no internal conflict in him, no split between what he believed and what he projected. His dominant thoughts were so aligned with truth, wisdom, and abundance that being in his presence was like standing near a bonfire on a cold night. You couldn't help but be affected by the warmth. This is what you become when you master your mind. You become a source rather than a drain. You become a giver rather than a taker. You become someone who elevates every situation you enter. Now let me address the shadow side of this law, because it's important to understand both aspects. The law of dominant thought works whether you're conscious of it or not. If your dominant thoughts are negative, limiting, fearful, or destructive, the law still applies. You'll attract experiences that match those thoughts. You'll create circumstances that validate those beliefs. You'll magnetize people and situations that reinforce those patterns. This isn't punishment. This isn't the universe being cruel. This is simply the law operating impartially, like gravity. Gravity doesn't care if you understand it or believe in it. It works the same way every time. The law of dominant thought is identical. It's always on. It's always working. And it's always responding to your most consistent vibrational signal. This is why Solomon emphasized wisdom above all else. Because wisdom is the ability to see clearly, to think accurately, to understand how things actually work, rather than how you wish they worked or fear they work. When you have wisdom, you use the law of dominant thought deliberately and constructively. You become the conscious creator of your experience, rather than the unconscious victim of your conditioning. And this shift, from unconscious creation to conscious creation, this is what separates those who merely exist from those who truly live. This is what separated Solomon from everyone around him. He was awake while others sleepwalked. He was conscious while others operated on autopilot. He was creating deliberately while others created by default. So here's what I want you to understand as we close this chapter. Your thoughts are not just commentary on your life. They are the creative force of your life. Your dominant thoughts, the patterns you return to most consistently, the beliefs that underlie your perception, the emotional tones that color your experience. These are not passive observations. They are active instructions. They are energetic commands. They are the language your subconscious mind and the quantum field understand and respond to. And every single moment, you have the power to choose what thoughts you will think, what beliefs you will nurture, what emotional states you will cultivate. This is the code Solomon cracked. This is the wisdom he embodied. And this is the power available to you right now. Not someday when you're more evolved or enlightened or ready. Right now, in this moment, you can begin to practice conscious thinking. You can start to observe your dominant thoughts without judgment. You can begin to question whether these thoughts serve you or limit you. You can choose to install new patterns that align with the reality you want to create. And you can commit to this practice daily, moment by moment, thought by thought, until your new dominant thoughts become as automatic as the old ones once were. The law of dominant thought is unwavering. It's absolute. It's the foundation upon which everything else in this book builds. Master this law, and you master your life. Ignore this law, and you remain at the mercy of unconscious patterns installed by people and circumstances that never had your highest good in mind. Solomon chose mastery. He chose consciousness. He chose to become the deliberate director of his mental and emotional landscape, and in doing so, he created a legacy that endures 3,000 years later. What will you choose? What thoughts will you allow to dominate your consciousness? What reality will you create through the consistent focus of your attention? The power is yours. The law is available. The transformation is waiting. All you need to do is think it into being, one conscious thought at a time, until consciousness itself becomes your new dominant pattern. This is the way. This is the code. This is how Solomon became Solomon, and how you become the highest version of yourself. Chapter 3. The Forgotten Power of Words. In the beginning was the Word, not thought, not feeling, not intention, the Word. And the Word was creative power made manifest. Solomon understood something about language that most people today have completely forgotten. Words are not just sounds we make to communicate. Words are vibrational forces that shape reality itself. They are the bridge between the invisible realm of consciousness and the visible realm of physical manifestation. When you speak, you're not just describing reality. You're creating it. Let me take you back to a moment in Solomon's life that reveals the depth of his understanding. When he was dedicating the temple, the most magnificent structure of the ancient world, he didn't just cut a ribbon and call it done. He spoke. He prayed aloud. He declared specific outcomes. He blessed the space with intentional language, and the texts tell us that when he finished speaking, the glory of the divine presence filled the temple so powerfully that the priests couldn't even stand to minister. What happened there? Did some supernatural entity just decide to show up randomly? Or did Solomon's words, spoken with absolute conviction and emotional intensity, create a vibrational field so powerful that it literally altered the energetic frequency of that entire space? Here's what modern science is discovering about sound and vibration, and it's going to shift how you think about every word you speak from this moment forward. There's a field of study called cymatics, which examines how sound frequencies create geometric patterns in physical matter. When scientists place sand or water on a plate and expose it to different sound frequencies, the particles organize themselves into precise, beautiful, complex patterns. Change the frequency, and the pattern changes. Stop the sound, and the pattern dissolves. What does this tell us? That sound is not passive. Sound is creative. Sound literally reorganizes physical matter according to its frequency, and words are specific frequencies of sound charged with intention, emotion, and meaning. Now think about what this means for your life. Every word you speak is sending out a frequency into the quantum field. Every sentence you utter is creating patterns in the invisible realm that eventually manifest in the visible realm. When Solomon spoke words of wisdom, blessing, and abundance, he was literally programming reality with those frequencies. When you speak words of limitation, complaint, and lack, you're doing the exact same thing, just in the opposite direction. Your words are not neutral. They are never without effect. They are always creating, always shaping, always influencing the field of infinite possibilities that surrounds you. But here's where most people miss the power completely. They think words only matter when they're speaking to others, when they're in important conversations or formal settings. They don't realize that the most powerful words they speak are the words they say to themselves, about themselves, in the privacy of their own mind. The internal dialogue running constantly in your consciousness. That's where the real creative power lives. That's where you're either building yourself up or tearing yourself down. That's where you're either programming success or failure, health or sickness, abundance or scarcity. Solomon knew this. He guarded his words, not just in public, but in private. He understood that the conversation you have with yourself determines everything. Let me tell you about something I call the word reality loop. And once you see this, you can't unsee it. Your words create your beliefs. Your beliefs create your thoughts. Your thoughts create your emotions. Your emotions create your actions. Your actions create your results. And your results reinforce your words. It's a closed-loop system. If you're speaking words of defeat, I never get the good opportunities. Nothing ever works out for me. I'm just not lucky. Those words program beliefs of victimhood. Those beliefs generate thoughts of limitation. Those thoughts produce emotions of resignation. Those emotions lead to passive actions or no actions at all. And those actions, or lack thereof, create results that prove your original words correct. The loop completes and reinforces itself. This is how people get trapped in patterns that last for decades, sometimes entire lifetimes. But Solomon discovered something revolutionary. You can interrupt this loop at any point by changing your words, because words are the most accessible and controllable part of the cycle. You might not be able to immediately change your circumstances. You might struggle to shift a deeply rooted belief overnight. But you can, right now, in this moment, change the words you speak. And when you change your words consistently, persistently, with emotional conviction, you begin to reprogram the entire loop. New words create new beliefs. New beliefs generate new thoughts. New thoughts produce new emotions. New emotions lead to new actions. And new actions create new results that reinforce your new words. The loop transforms from a prison into a rocket ship. Think about how Solomon used language in his Proverbs. He didn't write, "Maybe if things go well, prosperity might come." He declared, "The blessing of the Lord brings wealth without painful toil." Notice the certainty in that statement. Notice the specificity. Notice the positive framing. He understood that language shapes reality, so he chose language that shaped the reality he desired. He spoke as if the outcome was already guaranteed, because in the quantum field of infinite possibilities, it was. His words were collapsing probability waves into the specific reality he intended to create. This isn't ancient mysticism. This is practical application of how consciousness interacts with the quantum field. Now let me introduce you to a concept that will change everything about how you communicate. Every word carries not just a dictionary definition, but an energetic signature, a vibrational frequency. Some words vibrate at high frequencies of love, joy, peace, abundance, and possibility. Other words vibrate at low frequencies of fear, anger, shame, scarcity, and limitation. When you speak high-frequency words, you raise your own vibration and the vibration of everyone listening. When you speak low-frequency words, you lower your vibration and drag others down with you. Solomon's wisdom was largely about choosing high-frequency language consistently, regardless of circumstances. He understood that the words you speak today are creating the reality you'll experience tomorrow. But here's what's crucial. And most people get this wrong. High-frequency language doesn't mean fake positivity or denying reality. It means framing reality in a way that empowers rather than diminishes, that opens doors rather than closes them, that focuses on solutions rather than problems. For example, instead of saying, "I'm broke," which vibrates at the frequency of lack and creates more lack, you might say, "I'm in the process of creating more financial flow." Same situation, completely different energetic signature. One statement programs your subconscious for continued poverty. The other programs it for improvement and possibility. This is the difference between words that trap you and words that free you. Solomon wrote, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and those who love it will eat its fruits." Most people read that and think it's just poetic language. But Solomon was being literal. Your tongue, your spoken words, have the power to create death or life in every area of your existence. Death of relationships, careers, health, dreams, or life, growth, vitality, manifestation in those same areas. And you will eat the fruits of whatever you speak. If you speak words of criticism, judgment, and complaint, you will eat the bitter fruit of conflict, isolation, and dissatisfaction. If you speak words of gratitude, encouragement, and vision, you will eat the sweet fruit of harmony, connection, and achievement. The choice is yours with every word you utter. Let me share with you what happens in your brain and body when you speak. Neuroscience has discovered that when you speak a word, your brain activates multiple regions simultaneously. The motor cortex initiates the physical production of sound. The auditory cortex processes what you're hearing yourself say. The limbic system attaches emotional meaning. And here's the key part. Your brain releases neurochemicals based on the emotional tone of the words you speak. Positive, empowering words release dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin, the feel-good chemicals that enhance motivation, creativity, and connection. Negative limiting words release cortisol and adrenaline, the stress chemicals that trigger fight or flight responses and shut down higher thinking. Your words are literally drugging you, either positively or negatively, with every sentence you speak. Now imagine doing this hundreds of times per day, thousands of times per week, for years or decades. Imagine consistently speaking words of stress, frustration, worry, and limitation. You're essentially giving yourself a steady IV drip of stress chemicals. Your body stays in a chronic state of fight or flight. Your immune system weakens. Your cognitive function declines. Your emotional resilience deteriorates. And you wonder why life feels so hard. On the flip side, imagine consistently speaking words of gratitude, confidence, possibility, and vision. You're bathing your nervous system in healing, empowering neurochemicals. Your body relaxes into a state of growth and repair. Your mind opens to creative solutions. Your emotional state stabilizes and elevates. And suddenly, life starts flowing more easily. This is biochemistry. This is neuroscience. This is how the forgotten power of words operates at the physical level. But the power goes deeper still. Remember what we discussed about the quantum field? Your words don't just affect your internal state. They're sending signals into the field of infinite possibilities that surrounds you. Every word you speak creates ripples in this field, like dropping stones into a pond, and the universe responds to the frequency of those ripples. When Solomon spoke words of wisdom and blessing, he was creating high-frequency ripples that attracted circumstances, people, and resources that matched that frequency. When you speak words of lack and limitation, you're creating low-frequency ripples that attract more lack and limitation. The field is neutral. It doesn't judge. It simply matches your signal and sends back experiences that reflect it. Here's something that might shock you. Research in quantum physics has demonstrated something called the observer effect, where the mere act of observation changes the behavior of subatomic particles. But observation isn't just looking. It includes intention, attention, and expression. When you speak something, you're focusing your attention, clarifying your intention, and expressing both through vibration. You're essentially collapsing quantum possibilities into probabilities and then into actualities. This is why declarations are so powerful. This is why affirmations work when done correctly. This is why Solomon's words could literally reshape reality. He wasn't just making sounds. He was wielding the fundamental creative force of the universe. Now I need to address something critical, because I know some of you are thinking, but I've tried affirmations and they didn't work, and I'm going to tell you why. Affirmations fail when there's incongruence between what you're saying and what you're feeling. If you stand in front of a mirror and say, "I am wealthy and abundant," while your internal state is screaming, "I'm broke and scared," your words have no power. Why? Because words without emotional alignment are just noise. The emotional component is what gives words their creative charge. This is what Solomon understood deeply. He didn't just speak words. He felt the truth of those words in every cell of his being. His words and his emotional state were perfectly aligned, and that alignment is what gave his words the power to manifest reality. Let me give you the formula for powerful, reality-creating speech. It's actually quite simple, but most people miss one or more components. First, clarity. You must know exactly what you want to create with your words. Vague language produces vague results. Second, present tense. You speak as if the desired reality already exists, because in the quantum field, it does. You're simply collapsing it from possibility into actuality. Third, positive framing. You state what you want, not what you don't want. The subconscious mind and the quantum field don't process negations well. Fourth, emotional conviction. You must feel the truth of your words as you speak them. Fifth, consistency. You repeat your declarations daily until they reprogram your subconscious and shift your vibrational set point. And sixth, alignment. Your actions must support your words, or you create cognitive dissonance that cancels out the creative power. Solomon applied this formula in everything he did. When he asked for wisdom, he didn't say, "I hope I can maybe become somewhat wiser." He asked specifically for a discerning heart to judge his people and distinguish between right and wrong. Clarity. He spoke in present terms, engaging with the possibilities as if it was already unfolding. He framed it positively, focusing on what he wanted rather than what he lacked. He felt deep emotion, humility, and earnestness. He then acted in alignment by studying, observing, and applying wisdom consistently. And the result? He became the wisest man of his age. The formula worked then, and it works now. But here's what separates those who transform their lives through words from those who just talk about transformation. The transformed ones understand that words are commitments. Every time you speak, you're making a commitment to a version of reality. If you say, "I'll try," you're committing to half-hearted effort and probable failure. If you say, "I will," you're committing to action and success. If you say, "I can't," you're committing to inability. If you say, "I'm learning how," You're committing to growth and eventual mastery. Solomon chose his words carefully because he knew they were binding contracts with reality. Once spoken with conviction, they set forces in motion that would manifest the declared outcome. This is why he also wrote, "Do not be quick with your mouth. Do not be hasty in your heart to utter anything." He understood that words have weight, consequence, and creative power. Now, let me address the shadow side of this power, because it's important to understand both aspects. Just as your words can build, they can destroy. Just as they can heal, they can wound. Just as they can create abundance, they can create lack. Every word of criticism you speak about yourself or others is a destructive force. Every complaint you utter is programming more of what you're complaining about. Every doubt you voice is collapsing possibilities into the reality you fear. This isn't about judgment or making you feel guilty. This is about awareness. Once you understand the power of words, you become responsible for wielding that power consciously. You can't unknow what you now know. From this moment forward, every word you speak is a choice, and every choice is creating your future. Think about the people in your life who constantly complain. Notice their circumstances. Notice how their complaints always seem justified because their reality keeps producing more things to complain about. That's not coincidence. That's the creative power of words manifesting exactly what's being declared. Now think about the people who consistently speak words of gratitude, possibility, and vision, even in challenging circumstances. Notice how their lives tend to improve, how opportunities appear, how solutions emerge. Again, not coincidence. It's the law in action. Solomon surrounded himself with wise counselors, not just because they gave good advice, but because their words created a high-frequency environment that supported his vision. Your environment is largely created by the dominant words spoken in it, including your own. Let me give you a practical framework for transforming your relationship with language. Start with awareness. For one full day, just notice the words you speak and think. Don't try to change them yet. Just observe. You'll be shocked by how much negative, limiting language you use automatically. Once you have awareness, you can begin intervention. Every time you catch yourself speaking words of limitation, pause and rephrase. "I can't afford this" becomes, "I'm choosing to invest my resources elsewhere right now." "This is too hard" becomes, "This is challenging, and I'm developing the skills to handle it." "I always fail at this" becomes, "I'm learning and improving with each attempt." It might feel awkward at first. That's normal. You're interrupting decades of conditioning, but stick with it because you're literally rewiring your brain and reprogramming your reality. Solomon's Proverbs are full of wisdom about the power of words. The tongue has the power of life and death. Gracious words are a honeycomb, sweet to the soul and healing to the bones. The words of the reckless pierce like swords, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. He wasn't being metaphorical. He was teaching practical physics and biology. Your words create biochemical responses in your body and energetic effects in the field. Choose healing words, and you experience healing. Choose destructive words, and you experience destruction. It's that simple and that profound. The power has always been in your mouth. The question is whether you'll use it consciously or unconsciously, constructively or destructively. Here's something beautiful about mastering the power of words. It doesn't just change your individual reality. It changes the realities of everyone you interact with. When you speak words of encouragement to someone who's struggling, you're not just being nice. You're literally altering their vibrational frequency, potentially collapsing possibilities for them that were previously unavailable. When you bless instead of curse, praise instead of criticize, uplift instead of diminish, you become a force for transformation in the world. This is what Solomon did. His words blessed entire nations. Kings and queens left his presence inspired and elevated, not because he had magic powers, but because he understood the forgotten power that lives in every human tongue and chose to use it masterfully. Now let's talk about the most powerful words you'll ever speak, the words you say about your identity. I am. These two words are the creative force that defines your experience of reality. Whatever follows I am becomes your experience. I am broke. I am sick. I am unlucky. I am stupid. Each of these statements is a declaration that programs your subconscious mind, affects your neurobiology, and broadcasts a signal to the quantum field. And the universe, in its infinite responsiveness, says, "Okay, you are that," and proceeds to create circumstances that match your declaration. But this works in both directions. I am abundant. I am healthy. I am blessed. I am wise. These declarations have the same creative power, just pointed toward expansion rather than contraction. Solomon understood the power of identity-level declarations. When he said things like, "I am the wisest of men," he wasn't being arrogant. He was claiming an identity that his consciousness then moved to fulfill. His subconscious mind, his actions, his decisions, his habits, all aligned to make that declaration true. This is how you become what you declare yourself to be, not through wishful thinking, but through the neurological and quantum mechanisms that respond to focused intention, expressed through words. Your I am statements are the most powerful creative force available to you. Choose them wisely, speak them consistently, feel them deeply, and watch as your reality shifts to match your declaration. Let me share something that will help you understand the difference between words that have power and words that don't. Powerful words are specific, present, positive, and emotionally charged. Powerless words are vague, future-focused, negative, or emotionally flat. "Someday I'll be successful" has no power. It's vague and future-focused. "I'm becoming more successful each day, and I feel it" has power. It's specific, present, progressive, positive, and includes the emotional component. "I don't want to be poor anymore" has no power. It's focused on the negative and what you don't want. "I am creating increasing financial abundance and security" has power. It's focused on what you do want, stated positively. Solomon's language was always powerful language, every word chosen deliberately, every sentence crafted to create rather than just describe. Here's the practice I want you to begin immediately. Every morning before you do anything else, speak 3 declarations aloud. Make them specific to what you're creating in your life. Make them present tense. Make them positive. And most importantly, as you speak them, feel them. Don't just recite words. Embody the emotional state of someone who already has what you're declaring. Your morning declarations set the frequency for your entire day. They program your reticular activating system, the part of your brain that filters reality and determines what you notice and what you ignore. They activate your subconscious mind to work on your behalf throughout the day, and they send a clear signal to the quantum field about what you're collapsing from possibility into reality. This is what Solomon did. This is what all masters of manifestation do. They start their day with intentional language that programs their consciousness for success. And here's the companion practice. Every evening before you sleep, speak words of gratitude for what you experienced that day and words of intention for what you're creating tomorrow. Your subconscious mind is most receptive during the moments before sleep. Whatever you program it with during those final waking moments is what it works on throughout the night. If you fall asleep, reviewing everything that went wrong, complaining about your circumstances, worrying about tomorrow, you're programming 8 hours of destructive mental activity. If you fall asleep grateful for what you have, confident in what you're creating, and at peace with the process, you're programming 8 hours of constructive mental activity. Solomon understood this. He didn't just live wisely during the day. He programmed wisdom even in his sleep through the words he spoke at day's end. The forgotten power of words is really the forgotten power of consciousness made manifest through vibration. When you speak, you're not just communicating, you're creating. You're not just expressing, you're impressing upon the quantum field. You're not just describing reality, you're prescribing it. Solomon knew this at the deepest level. He wielded language like a master craftsman wields a tool, with precision, intention, and skill. And the results spoke for themselves. Unprecedented wisdom, unmatched prosperity, legendary influence, all born from the power of words consciously chosen, emotionally charged, and consistently spoken. This power is not reserved for ancient kings. It's available to you right now, in this moment, with the very next words you speak. The question is, what will you create? What will you declare? What reality will you collapse from infinite possibility into your lived experience? The power is in your mouth. The choice is yours. And the universe is listening to every word, ready to match your signal with corresponding experiences. Speak life. Speak abundance. Speak wisdom. Speak your desired reality into being, one word at a time, until the words you speak and the life you live become one and the same. This is the way of Solomon. This is the forgotten power remembered. This is your path to manifestation through the creative force that has existed since the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word is still creating reality through you, right now, always. Chapter 4. The Divided Mind, the Silent Enemy. There's a war happening inside you right now. Not the kind of war you can see or hear, but a war nonetheless. It's the war between what you consciously want and what you subconsciously believe. Between the person you're trying to become and the person your conditioning says you are. Between your desires and your doubts. And here's the brutal truth that most personal development teachers won't tell you. Until you resolve this internal conflict, until you unify your divided mind, nothing else you learn about manifestation will work consistently. You can think positive thoughts, speak powerful words, visualize perfect outcomes, and still end up exactly where you started. This is the silent enemy that sabotages 95% of people who try to change their lives, and Solomon understood it better than anyone in history. Let me paint you a picture of what this divided mind looks like in everyday life, because I guarantee you've experienced it even if you didn't have language for it. You consciously decide you want financial abundance. You set the goal. You write it down. You create a vision board. You affirm it daily. But deep in your subconscious, there's a program running that says, money is evil, or rich people are greedy, or you don't deserve wealth, or financial success requires sacrificing your integrity. Your conscious mind is pressing the accelerator toward abundance, while your subconscious mind is slamming on the brakes, with beliefs of unworthiness or scarcity. The result? You stay stuck in the same income bracket year after year, wondering why the law of attraction isn't working for you. It's not that the law isn't working, it's that you're sending mixed signals, and the universe can only respond to your dominant signal, which is always coming from the subconscious, not the conscious mind. Or maybe it shows up in relationships. You consciously want deep, meaningful connection. You tell yourself you're ready for real love. You put yourself out there. You try dating. You open your heart. But your subconscious is running a program from childhood that says, love equals pain, or people always leave, or you're not lovable as you are, or intimacy means losing yourself. So what happens? You attract emotionally unavailable partners, or you sabotage good relationships right when they start getting close, or you find reasons to pull away just as someone starts getting through your walls. And you wonder why you keep experiencing the same patterns with different people. It's not bad luck. It's not that all the good ones are taken. It's your divided mind creating exactly what your subconscious believes, while your conscious mind keeps hoping for something different. Solomon recognized this split consciousness as the primary obstacle to wisdom and manifestation. In his Proverbs, he wrote about the double-minded person being unstable in all their ways. He understood that you cannot serve two masters, that a house divided against itself cannot stand. These weren't just moral teachings. They were observations about how consciousness actually works. When your mind is divided, when your conscious desires and subconscious beliefs are in conflict, you create internal chaos that prevents any clear signal from reaching the quantum field. It's like trying to tune a radio to two stations simultaneously. All you get is static, no clear music, no coherent message, just noise and confusion. And that's exactly what your life becomes when your mind is divided. Noisy and confusing, full of starts and stops, progress and setbacks, hope and disappointment, in an endless cycle that goes nowhere. Here's what makes the divided mind so insidious. Most people don't even know it exists. They're completely unconscious of the contradictory beliefs running in their subconscious. They only see the surface level, the conscious desires and intentions. They wonder why they can't seem to make progress despite their best efforts. They blame external circumstances, other people, bad timing, or even the universe itself for not responding to their requests. But the truth is much simpler and much more empowering. The universe is responding perfectly. It's just responding to the subconscious programming, not the conscious wishes. And until you bring those hidden beliefs into awareness and resolve the contradiction, you'll continue to experience the same frustrating results, no matter how many techniques you try or how positive you try to think. Let me explain the mechanics of how this works, because once you understand the structure, you can begin to dismantle it. Your conscious mind, the part of you that's listening to these words right now, represents only about 5% of your total mental activity. It's the tip of the iceberg, the part you can see above the waterline. It's logical, analytical, and capable of reasoning. It can set goals, make plans, and decide what you want. But it has very limited processing power, handling only about 40 bits of information per second. Now, your subconscious mind, the vast part of the iceberg below the waterline, represents 95% of your mental activity. It's emotional, automatic, and operates based on learned patterns and stored beliefs. And here's the crucial part. It processes 11 million bits of information per second. 11 million versus 40. Which one do you think has more influence over your reality? Which one do you think the quantum field responds to more powerfully? The subconscious mind is like the operating system running in the background of a computer. It controls your automatic behaviors, your habitual responses, your emotional reactions, your perception of reality, and your vibrational frequency. It was programmed primarily between birth and age 7, during what brain scientists call the theta brainwave state, when your mind was essentially in a hypnotic trance, absorbing everything around you without filters or critical thinking. Your parents' beliefs about money, success, love, and worthiness got downloaded directly into your subconscious. Your early experiences of acceptance or rejection, safety or danger, abundance or scarcity created the baseline programs that still run today. And here's the problem. Most of those programs were installed by people who were themselves running unconscious programs, by circumstances that had nothing to do with your true potential, and by interpretations your young mind made that seem true at the time, but are actually completely false. So now, you're an adult, trying to create a life of purpose, prosperity, and fulfillment, but you're running software that was written by a traumatized 5-year-old or an angry parent or a scarcity-minded society. Your conscious mind says, I want to be successful. But your subconscious program says, success is dangerous because it made Dad ignore the family. Or people who succeed become arrogant. Or I'll be rejected if I outshine my siblings. Your conscious mind says, I deserve love. But your subconscious program says, Mom left, so I must be unlovable. Or love requires sacrifice of self. Or vulnerability leads to pain. These contradictions create what I call the divided mind. And it's the single biggest reason why most people never manifest what they truly desire. They're driving with one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake, wondering why they're not moving forward. Solomon's wisdom was largely about achieving what we might call mind coherence, where your conscious desires and subconscious beliefs are perfectly aligned, pointing in the same direction, creating a unified signal that the universe can respond to clearly and powerfully. When he asked for wisdom, he wasn't asking for more information. He was asking for the ability to see clearly, to understand the hidden dynamics at play, to recognize the contradictions and resolve them. And once he achieved this internal coherence, his external reality reflected it immediately. Unprecedented prosperity flowed to him, not because he worked harder than anyone else, but because there was no internal resistance blocking the flow. Opportunities appeared not because he was lucky, but because his unified consciousness could recognize and act on them. Wisdom emerged, not because he studied more, but because his mind was clear and undivided, able to access higher intelligence without interference from conflicting beliefs. Now, let me show you how to recognize when your mind is divided. Because awareness is always the first step toward transformation. Pay attention to the gap between what you say you want and what you actually do. If you say you want health, but consistently choose foods that harm your body, your mind is divided. If you say you want financial freedom but sabotage every opportunity that requires risk or change, your mind is divided. If you say you want meaningful relationships but keep everyone at arm's length, your mind is divided. The gap between intention and action always reveals subconscious beliefs that contradict conscious desires. Your actions never lie. They always reveal what you truly believe at the deepest level, regardless of what you tell yourself consciously. Another way to identify the divided mind is through your emotional responses. When you think about your desire, how do you feel? If you feel excitement and certainty, your conscious and subconscious are aligned. But if you feel anxiety, doubt, or unworthiness. That's your subconscious broadcasting its contradictory belief. If thinking about success makes you nervous, you have a subconscious belief that success is somehow threatening. If thinking about abundance makes you feel guilty, you have a subconscious belief that having more than others is wrong. If thinking about love makes you afraid, you have a subconscious belief that love leads to pain or loss. Your emotions are the language of the subconscious. They're always telling you what's really programmed below the surface, if you're willing to listen without judgment or denial. Here's something critical that Solomon understood about the divided mind. You can't heal it by suppressing the subconscious beliefs or pretending they don't exist. You can't just cover them up with positive affirmations and hope they go away. That's like putting a fresh coat of paint on a house with a crumbling foundation. It might look better temporarily, but the structural problem remains and will eventually resurface. The only way to heal the divided mind is to bring the subconscious beliefs into conscious awareness, examine them honestly, question their validity, and then deliberately install new beliefs that align with your conscious desires. This is inner work. This is shadow work. This is the work that most people avoid because it's uncomfortable, but it's also the work that creates permanent transformation rather than temporary change. Let me give you a process for beginning to unify your divided mind, and I want you to understand that this isn't a one-time exercise. This is a practice, a way of engaging with yourself that becomes a lifestyle. Start by choosing one area of life where you're experiencing frustration or stuck patterns. Maybe it's money, relationships, health, or career. Now write down what you consciously want in this area. Be specific. Don't censor yourself. Just acknowledge what you truly desire. Next, and this is where it gets interesting, write down all the reasons why you can't have it, shouldn't have it, or don't deserve it. Let your subconscious speak. You might be shocked by what comes up. Beliefs like, I'm not smart enough, or it's too late for me, or good things don't happen to people like me, or I'll lose myself if I succeed, or everyone will judge me. These are your subconscious programs, and they've been running silently in the background, sabotaging your conscious intentions. Now comes the crucial part. Look at each subconscious belief and ask yourself 3 questions. Is this actually true? Where did this belief come from? Does this belief serve my highest good? In most cases, you'll discover that these beliefs are not objectively true. They're interpretations, often made in childhood, based on limited information and emotional wounds. They came from authority figures who were themselves wounded and unconscious, from experiences that seemed definitive at the time, but were actually just data points, from cultural conditioning that has nothing to do with your actual potential. And most importantly, these beliefs don't serve you. They protect you, yes, but they protect you from growth, from risk, from the very expansion you say you want. This process of questioning begins to weaken the grip these beliefs have on your subconscious mind. It creates space for new beliefs to take root. Solomon's wisdom literature is full of questions because he understood that questions are more powerful than statements when it comes to shifting consciousness. A statement can be rejected or defended against, but a genuine question bypasses those defenses and activates thinking. When you ask yourself, is it really true that I'm not capable of success? Your mind has to examine the evidence. And if you're honest, you'll find evidence both supporting and contradicting that belief. This creates cognitive dissonance, which is uncomfortable but necessary for change. Your mind naturally wants to resolve the dissonance, and when you consciously direct it toward the more empowering belief. You begin to reprogram the subconscious. This is how Solomon achieved his legendary wisdom, not by accumulating information, but by asking better questions and allowing his consciousness to reorganize around more accurate and empowering answers. Here's what happens when you begin to heal the divided mind. First, you experience what feels like internal resistance or discomfort. This is normal. Your subconscious mind is designed to keep you safe by keeping you the same. Any attempt to change, even positive change, triggers resistance because the subconscious interprets change as potential danger. This is why people self-sabotage right when breakthrough is near. The old programming is fighting for survival. But if you persist, if you keep bringing awareness to the contradictions and consciously choosing aligned beliefs, something shifts. The resistance lessens. The new beliefs start to feel more natural. Your actions begin to align with your intentions without so much effort or willpower, and your external reality starts to shift in ways that feel almost miraculous, but are actually just the natural result of mind coherence. Let me tell you about something I call the coherence cascade. When you unify your mind in one area of life, it creates a ripple effect into other areas. Why? Because the fundamental beliefs underlying most of our limitations are the same across different domains. Beliefs about worthiness, capability, deservingness, safety. These core beliefs affect everything. When you heal the belief, "I'm not worthy," in the context of money, you simultaneously heal it in relationships, health, and career. When you resolve the belief, "I'm not safe to be seen," in one area, it resolves everywhere. This is why Solomon's wisdom wasn't compartmentalized. His understanding of how to govern a kingdom applied equally to personal relationships, business dealings, and spiritual matters. Because wisdom, real wisdom, recognizes the unified nature of consciousness. Heal the root, and all the branches flourish. Now let's talk about the role of emotion in the divided mind, because this is crucial. Your subconscious beliefs aren't just thoughts. They're thoughts charged with emotion, usually fear, shame, or pain. This emotional charge is what gives them their power and makes them so persistent. You can't overcome an emotionally charged subconscious belief with a rational conscious thought. That's like trying to put out a fire with a squirt gun. You need to meet emotion with emotion. This is why affirmations fail for most people. They're saying, "I am abundant," while the subconscious belief, "I'm not enough," is charged with decades of shame and fear. The emotional intensity isn't matched, so the subconscious wins every time. But when you connect to your conscious desire with equal or greater emotional intensity, gratitude, excitement, love, passion, faith, you begin to reprogram the subconscious with something more powerful than the old pattern. Solomon understood this deeply. When he prayed for wisdom, it wasn't a casual request. The texts describe him as humbling himself, recognizing his inadequacy, feeling genuine emotion. He engaged his whole being, not just his intellect. And when he received wisdom, he didn't just think about it. He felt it, embodied it, lived it with every fiber of his being. This is the difference between intellectual understanding and true knowing. Intellectual understanding lives in the conscious mind and has minimal power. True knowing lives in the unified consciousness, where conscious and subconscious agree, where thought and emotion align, where intention and belief point in the same direction. This is the state that creates miracles, not because the laws of the universe are suspended, but because you're finally working with them instead of against them. Here's a powerful practice for creating emotional coherence between your conscious and subconscious mind. Take your conscious desire and connect it to your deepest values and emotions. For example, if you want financial abundance, don't just think about the money. Connect to what the money represents: freedom, security, the ability to serve others, the capacity to pursue your purpose without limitation. Feel those emotions now, in this moment, as if you already have the abundance. Feel the freedom, feel the peace, feel the joy of contribution. When you do this consistently, you're programming your subconscious with the same emotional signature that will exist when the desire manifests. And here's the key: the subconscious mind and the quantum field don't distinguish between something vividly imagined with emotion and something physically experienced. Both create the same neural patterns, release the same biochemicals, and broadcast the same vibrational frequency. This is what Solomon did. He didn't just wish for wisdom. He embodied the emotional state of a wise person. He felt the peace, the clarity, the confidence that comes with understanding. And his subconscious mind, always faithful to its programming, began to create circumstances, attract experiences, and generate insights that matched that emotional state. The divided mind became unified. The internal war ceased, and the external reality had no choice but to reflect the internal coherence. This is available to you right now, not someday when you're more evolved or more ready. Right now. The moment you decide to stop tolerating the division, to bring the hidden beliefs into light, to question their validity, and to consciously install new programming that serves your highest vision, the transformation begins. But I need to be honest with you about something. Healing the divided mind isn't comfortable. It requires you to look at parts of yourself you've been avoiding. It demands that you feel emotions you've been suppressing. It asks you to question beliefs you've held as absolute truth for your entire life. This is why most people stay divided. It's easier to keep wishing and hoping and trying new techniques than to do the deep work of internal integration. But here's what I promise you. The temporary discomfort of facing your shadows is nothing compared to the lifelong pain of living with a divided mind. The courage it takes to examine your subconscious programming is nothing compared to the tragedy of reaching the end of your life and realizing you never became who you were capable of being because you were too afraid to challenge the beliefs that limited you. Solomon didn't become the wisest man of his age by avoiding discomfort. He became wise by choosing truth over comfort, clarity over delusion, growth over stagnation. He looked at his limitations honestly. He acknowledged his inadequacies without shame. He brought his internal contradictions into the light and resolved them one by one. And in doing so, he created internal conditions that allowed external miracles to manifest naturally. The wealth didn't come because he manipulated circumstances. It came because there was no internal resistance to receiving it. The wisdom didn't come because he forced it. It came because there was no internal contradiction blocking its flow. The influence didn't come because he demanded it. It came because his unified consciousness naturally magnetized people and opportunities. This is what happens when the divided mind becomes whole. Life stops being a struggle and becomes a flow. Let me give you one more framework for understanding and healing the divided mind. Think of it as having two voices inside you, the voice of limitation and the voice of possibility. The voice of limitation speaks in absolutes. I can't. I never. I always. It's impossible. It speaks from fear, scarcity, and past wounds. The voice of possibility speaks in potentials. I'm learning. I'm growing. I'm capable. I'm discovering. It speaks from faith, abundance, and future vision. For most of your life, the voice of limitation has been louder because it was installed first and reinforced repeatedly. But here's the truth. The voice of possibility is equally real and actually more aligned with your true nature. It's not fake positivity or denial of reality. It's recognition of your actual potential, unencumbered by false beliefs. Your work is to amplify the voice of possibility and quiet the voice of limitation. You do this not by fighting or suppressing the limiting voice, but by consciously choosing to listen to and act on the voice of possibility. Every time you choose the empowering thought over the limiting one, you strengthen that neural pathway. Every time you act in alignment with possibility despite the fear, you prove to your subconscious that the old belief isn't true. Every time you question a limiting belief and choose a more empowering one, you weaken the grip of the divided mind. This is a practice, and like any practice, it gets easier with repetition. Eventually, the voice of possibility becomes your dominant voice, your default setting, and your unified mind broadcasts a clear signal that the universe can match with clear manifestations. Solomon's entire life was a testament to the power of the unified mind. He didn't just teach wisdom. He embodied it so completely that his very presence shifted the consciousness of everyone around him. Kings and queens traveled thousands of miles just to be in his field, because they could sense the coherence, the wholeness, the integration that radiated from him. This is what you become when you heal the divided mind. Not perfect, not without challenges, but unified in your purpose, clear in your intention, aligned in your being. And from that place of internal coherence, external creation becomes not just possible, but inevitable. The universe has been waiting for you to get your signals straight. It's been ready to respond to your desires. It's always been willing to deliver the manifestations you seek. The only obstacle has been the static created by your divided mind. Clear the static, unify the signal, and watch as reality reorganizes itself to match your coherent consciousness. This is the way. This is the code. This is how Solomon became legendary, and how you become the most powerful version of yourself, whole, integrated, and unstoppable in your aligned intention. Chapter 5. Quantum Reprogramming, Decoding Your Limiting Beliefs. There's a moment in every transformation journey when you realize something that changes everything. It's the moment when you understand that you're not broken, you're just programmed. You're not flawed, you're just running old software. You're not incapable of change. You've just been operating from a set of instructions that were never designed for your success. This realization is simultaneously humbling and empowering, because it means that everything you've experienced up until now, every limitation, every failure, every pattern of self-sabotage, wasn't evidence of your inadequacy. It was simply the faithful execution of subconscious programs that were installed without your conscious consent. And here's the revolutionary truth that Solomon understood thousands of years ago, and quantum physics is confirming today. Those programs can be rewritten. Your entire reality can be reprogrammed. You are not stuck with the beliefs you inherited or the patterns you developed. You have access to quantum reprogramming, and it's about to change everything. Let me start by explaining what I mean by quantum reprogramming, because this isn't just a metaphor or spiritual concept. This is based on real science about how consciousness interacts with the quantum field of infinite possibilities. At the most fundamental level of reality, nothing is solid or fixed. Everything exists as waves of probability, infinite potential waiting to collapse into specific experiences based on observation and intention. Your beliefs act as filters that determine which possibilities you can perceive and therefore experience. If you have a belief that success is difficult, your consciousness literally filters out opportunities for easy success. You can't see them, even when they're right in front of you. If you have a belief that you're not worthy of love, you filter out evidence of people caring about you, or you interpret their care through a lens of suspicion and doubt. Your beliefs don't just affect how you feel about reality. They determine which version of reality you experience from the infinite options available in the quantum field. Solomon understood this intuitively when he wrote that, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. He wasn't just making a philosophical statement. He was describing the mechanism by which consciousness creates reality. Your heart, in ancient wisdom, represents the subconscious mind where beliefs live. These beliefs generate thoughts. Those thoughts create emotions. Those emotions determine your vibrational frequency, and your frequency literally collapses specific possibilities from the quantum field into your lived experience. This is why two people can be in the exact same situation and have completely different experiences. They're operating from different belief systems, broadcasting different frequencies, and therefore collapsing different realities from the same field of infinite potential. One person sees opportunity everywhere. Another sees obstacles, not because the circumstances are different, but because their beliefs are different, and beliefs determine what you can see, feel, and experience. Now let's talk about where these limiting beliefs come from, because understanding their origin helps you realize they're not truths about you or reality. They're just data that was downloaded into your subconscious during specific vulnerable periods of your development. The primary programming happens between birth and age 7, when your brain operates primarily in theta wave frequencies, the same frequency experienced in hypnosis. During this period, you're essentially a recording device, absorbing everything in your environment without filters or critical thinking. Your parents' beliefs about money, success, relationships, and worthiness get downloaded directly. Their fears become your fears. Their limitations become your limitations, not because these beliefs are true, but because your developing brain accepted them as true before you had the capacity to question or reject them. But it doesn't stop there. Every significant emotional experience throughout your life, especially traumatic or painful ones, creates belief imprints. If you experienced rejection, you might develop the belief, I'm not lovable. If you experienced failure, you might develop the belief, I'm not capable. If you experienced criticism, you might develop the belief, I'm not good enough. And here's the insidious part. Once these beliefs are formed, your brain actively seeks evidence to confirm them. Psychologists call this confirmation bias. Your reticular activating system, the part of your brain that filters reality and determines what you notice, is programmed by your beliefs to show you a version of reality that validates those beliefs. So you end up in a closed loop. Your beliefs create your perception. Your perception creates your experience. Your experience reinforces your beliefs. And the cycle continues indefinitely until you consciously interrupt it. Solomon's wisdom was largely about breaking these cycles. He recognized that most people are prisoners of their own programming, living in self-created limitations that they believe are external circumstances or immutable truths about reality. But he discovered something revolutionary. The same mechanism that installed limiting beliefs can be used to install empowering ones. The same neuroplasticity that allowed your brain to wire certain patterns can be directed to rewire completely different patterns. The same quantum field that collapsed into experiences matching your old beliefs will collapse into experiences matching your new beliefs once you successfully reprogram your subconscious. This is quantum reprogramming, not changing reality from the outside in, but changing your internal programming so that reality shifts from the inside out. Let me give you a framework for identifying your specific limiting beliefs, because you can't reprogram what you're not aware of. Start by looking at the areas of your life where you experience consistent frustration, repeated patterns, or persistent struggle. These are always pointing to underlying limiting beliefs. If you struggle financially, no matter how hard you work, there's a belief about money, worthiness, or abundance operating below your conscious awareness. If you repeatedly attract the same type of problematic relationship, there's a belief about love, safety, or your own lovability running the show. If you sabotage opportunities right when success is near, there's a belief about visibility, worthiness, or safety that's protecting you from the imagined danger of achievement. Your external patterns are always reflections of internal programming. Here's a powerful exercise for excavating limiting beliefs. Take a piece of paper and write at the top, "I want blank, but I can't have it because blank." Fill in the first blank with something you genuinely desire. Then complete the sentence with whatever comes to mind, without censoring or judging. Let your subconscious speak. You might write, "I want financial abundance, but I can't have it because I'm not smart enough with money." Or, "I want a loving relationship, but I can't have it because I always choose the wrong people." Or, "I want to pursue my passion, but I can't have it because I need security." Whatever follows the word "because" is usually pointing to a core, limiting belief. Now take that belief and ask yourself, is this absolutely true? Where did I learn this? What evidence contradicts this? What would be possible if this weren't true? This process begins to loosen the grip of the belief and create space for new programming. Solomon used questioning as one of his primary tools for transformation. His proverbs are full of rhetorical questions designed to provoke deeper thinking and challenge assumptions. He understood that beliefs aren't changed by being told what to think. They're changed by being guided to think differently through questions that expose contradictions and reveal new possibilities. When you ask yourself, is it really true that I'm not capable? Your mind has to examine the evidence. And if you're honest, you'll find plenty of evidence showing times you were capable, moments you succeeded, instances where you learned and grew. This creates cognitive dissonance with the limiting belief, and that dissonance is the crack where new light enters. Your mind naturally wants to resolve the dissonance, and if you guide it toward the more empowering belief, you begin the reprogramming process. Now let's talk about the quantum aspect of this reprogramming, because this is where ancient wisdom and modern physics converge in extraordinary ways. Quantum mechanics tells us that particles exist in superposition, meaning they exist in all possible states simultaneously until they're observed. The act of observation collapses the wave function, turning infinite possibilities into one specific reality. But here's what most people miss. Observation isn't just looking with your physical eyes. Observation in quantum terms includes attention, intention, and expectation, all of which are determined by your beliefs. If you believe you're limited, that belief directs your attention toward limitations, sets your intention for limited outcomes, and creates expectation of limited results. And the quantum field responds by collapsing into experiences that match that belief. But change the belief, and you change what you observe, intend, and expect, which changes what collapses from the field of infinite possibilities. This is why Solomon could create unprecedented prosperity. Not because he had access to resources others didn't have, but because his beliefs allowed him to observe, intend, and expect abundance in ways that others couldn't. His consciousness was programmed for possibility, not limitation, for expansion, not contraction, for wisdom, not ignorance, and the quantum field, which is completely neutral and simply responds to whatever frequency you're broadcasting, organized itself to match his programming. This is available to you right now. The same quantum field that responded to Solomon's consciousness is surrounding you, waiting to collapse into whatever reality matches your dominant beliefs. The only question is, what are you programming it with? What beliefs are running your observation, intention, and expectation? Here's where quantum reprogramming gets practical. You can't just think positive thoughts and expect deeply rooted limiting beliefs to disappear. That's like trying to delete a computer program by putting stickers over the screen. The program is still running underneath. True reprogramming requires accessing the subconscious mind, where the beliefs actually live, and installing new code at that level. There are several ways to do this, and I'm going to share the most effective methods that Solomon himself used, though he didn't have modern language for them. The first method is repetition with emotion. Your subconscious learns through repetition, especially when that repetition is charged with strong emotion. This is why trauma creates such deep imprints. The event happened once, but the emotional intensity made it feel like it happened 1,000 times. You can use this mechanism positively by repeatedly affirming new beliefs while consciously generating the emotions associated with those beliefs being true. For example, instead of just saying, "I am abundant," which your subconscious will immediately reject if you're currently experiencing scarcity, you would say something like, "I am opening to greater abundance every day, and I feel grateful for the resources flowing to me." Then you would consciously generate the feeling of gratitude, as if the abundance were already present. You would do this not once, but multiple times daily, ideally in the morning upon waking and at night before sleep, when your brain is in alpha or theta wave states, and your subconscious is most receptive. The repetition creates new neural pathways. The emotion charges those pathways with significance, and over time, the new belief becomes as automatic as the old one once was. This is neuroplasticity in action. This is quantum reprogramming at the biological level. The second method is what I call belief archaeology. This is where you trace a limiting belief back to its origin, examine the context in which it was formed, and reinterpret that event from your current adult perspective. Most limiting beliefs were formed when you were young and had limited understanding of the world. You made interpretations that seemed true based on your developmental stage, but those interpretations were often completely inaccurate. For instance, if your parents divorced when you were 5, your young mind might have interpreted that as evidence that you weren't lovable enough to keep the family together. That belief, "I'm not lovable," could then run your entire relationship life for decades. But when you trace it back and examine it from your adult perspective, you realize the divorce had nothing to do with you. It was about your parents' relationship, their issues, their inability to stay together. This realization doesn't just intellectually understand the truth. It emotionally releases the charge around the limiting belief, which weakens its power over your subconscious. Solomon practiced this kind of deep self-examination constantly. He looked at his assumptions, questioned his beliefs, traced patterns back to their sources, and consciously chose which beliefs to keep and which to release. This is why his wisdom wasn't just intellectual knowledge. It was lived understanding born from continuous internal work. He didn't just teach others how to think. He modeled the practice of examining and upgrading one's own thinking, and this practice is what separated him from everyone around him. Most people accept their programming as reality. Solomon recognized programming as programming and took responsibility for upgrading it continuously throughout his life. This is the difference between those who grow and those who stagnate, those who transform and those who repeat, those who create and those who react. The third method of quantum reprogramming is what modern neuroscience calls mental rehearsal or visualization, but it's much more than just picturing what you want. It's about creating a complete sensory experience of your desired reality in your mind with such vividness and emotional intensity that your subconscious mind and your nervous system can't distinguish it from actual physical experience. When you do this correctly, you're literally creating new neural pathways, releasing the biochemistry associated with success, and broadcasting a new frequency into the quantum field. Your brain fires and wires based on experience, whether that experience is physical or mental. This is why athletes who mentally rehearse their performance show improvement almost equal to those who physically practice. The brain is building the same neural networks either way. Solomon used this technique extensively. Before making decisions, he would mentally rehearse different outcomes. He would imagine himself in various scenarios, feel the emotions associated with each, and use that information to guide his choices. This wasn't just daydreaming. This was strategic use of imagination to program his subconscious for specific outcomes. And when you combine vivid visualization with strong positive emotion and regular repetition, you're engaging all the mechanisms the subconscious uses to form beliefs. You're essentially tricking your subconscious into believing something is already true, which then causes it to organize your perception, behavior, and energy in ways that make it physically true. This isn't manipulation. This is understanding how your consciousness works, and using that understanding deliberately instead of accidentally. Now let me address something important, because many people try these techniques and give up too quickly. Reprogramming your subconscious takes time. Your current limiting beliefs weren't formed overnight. They've been reinforced thousands of times over years or decades. You can't expect to override them with a few half-hearted affirmations. True quantum reprogramming requires consistency, commitment, and patience. Think of it like this. If you've been walking the same path through a forest for 20 years, there's a deep, well-worn trail. If you decide to walk a new path, the first time is difficult. The ground is rough. There are obstacles. It doesn't feel natural. But if you persist, if you walk that new path every single day, eventually it becomes a trail, then a path, then a highway, and the old path becomes overgrown and unused. Your brain works exactly the same way. The old neural pathways don't disappear instantly, but they weaken with disuse, while new pathways strengthen with use. Solomon's wisdom didn't appear suddenly. It developed over time through consistent practice. He didn't become the wisest man of his age overnight. He became wise through daily dedication to examining his thoughts, questioning his beliefs, and consciously choosing empowering programming. And here's what's beautiful about this process. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. The first week of conscious reprogramming might feel forced and awkward. The first month might still require significant effort. But by the third month, the new thoughts start feeling more natural. By the sixth month, they're becoming automatic. By the first year, you've created new default settings in your consciousness. and your external reality inevitably shifts to match your internal reprogramming. Not because the universe is rewarding your effort, but because you're finally broadcasting a clear, coherent signal that it can match with corresponding experiences. Let me give you a specific protocol for quantum reprogramming that combines all these elements into a daily practice. First thing in the morning, before your conscious mind fully engages, spend 5 to 10 minutes in a state of relaxed awareness. This is when your brain is still in alpha waves, bridging between sleep and wakefulness, and your subconscious is most accessible. During this time, affirm your new beliefs aloud with emotion, not mechanically, but with genuine feeling. I am worthy of abundance. I feel it in every cell of my body. Resources flow to me easily and naturally. Feel the truth of these words as you speak them. Let the emotion build. This is programming your subconscious before your conscious mind has a chance to engage its critical filters and doubt. Throughout the day, practice awareness of your thoughts. When you catch yourself thinking a limiting thought, don't judge it or fight it. Simply observe it and consciously choose a different thought. Oh, there's that old program saying I can't do this, but I'm choosing to think instead that I'm figuring this out. This interrupts the automatic pattern and strengthens your conscious direction over your thoughts. Before sleep, spend another 5 to 10 minutes reviewing your day, not with criticism, but with appreciation for where you practiced new thoughts and behaviors. Then visualize your desired future with all your senses engaged. See it, hear it, feel it, smell it, taste it. Make it so real in your imagination that your body responds as if it's happening now. This programs your subconscious to work on your behalf during sleep, which is when your brain does its deepest integration and consolidation of new learning. Do this consistently for 90 days, and I promise you, your reality will shift. Not might shift, will shift. Why? Because you'll have created new neural pathways. You'll have installed new subconscious programming. You'll have changed your vibrational frequency. And the quantum field has no choice but to respond by organizing into experiences that match your new internal state. This isn't magic. This isn't wishful thinking. This is applied neuroscience and quantum mechanics used in service of your transformation. This is the code Solomon cracked. This is how he reprogrammed himself from an uncertain young man into the wisest, most prosperous ruler of his time. And this is exactly what's available to you right now if you're willing to commit to the practice. But here's what separates those who succeed at quantum reprogramming from those who fail. It's not intelligence. It's not background. It's not circumstances. It's willingness to persist, even when immediate results aren't visible. Most people try for a week or two, don't see dramatic changes, and conclude it doesn't work. But that's like planting a seed, checking it the next day, seeing no tree, and declaring that seeds don't grow into trees. The process is happening even when you can't see it. The neural rewiring is occurring. The quantum field is responding. The reality is shifting. But there's a lag time between internal change and external manifestation. This is where faith comes in, not blind faith in some external power, but faith in the process, trust in the laws of consciousness, confidence that consistent application of these principles must produce results, because that's how reality works. Solomon had this faith. He trusted the process of transformation even when immediate results weren't visible. He understood that growth happens in the invisible realm first and manifests in the visible realm second. Seeds germinate underground before they break through the surface. Babies develop in the womb before they emerge into the world. Beliefs shift in consciousness before they manifest in circumstances. This is the natural order of creation. Internal always precedes external. Cause always precedes effect. Consciousness always precedes manifestation. When you truly understand this, you stop needing immediate validation from external reality. You trust that your consistent internal work is creating changes that will inevitably manifest when the time is right. And that trust itself becomes part of your reprogramming, replacing the old belief in lack and limitation with a new belief in inevitable success. Let me tell you what happens when you successfully reprogram your limiting beliefs into empowering ones. First, you experience changes in your internal state. You feel different, more peaceful, more confident, more energized. This is the first sign that reprogramming is working. Your nervous system is operating from different programming, releasing different neurochemicals, creating different baseline feelings. Second, you notice changes in your perception. You start seeing opportunities you were blind to before. You interpret situations more empoweringly. You recognize resources that were always present but invisible to your old programming. Third, your behavior changes automatically without force or willpower. You make different choices because you're operating from different beliefs. You take actions that were impossible before because they're now aligned with your new programming. And finally, your external circumstances shift. Different people appear. New opportunities emerge. Her resources flow more easily. Obstacles dissolve. Not because you're manipulating reality, but because reality is reflecting your new internal state. This is the Solomon effect, in full expression. This is what it looks like when someone masters quantum reprogramming. And it's not reserved for ancient kings or spiritual masters. It's available to anyone willing to do the work of examining their beliefs, questioning their programming, and consistently installing new code through repetition, emotion, and visualization. The quantum field doesn't care about your past. It doesn't care about your current circumstances. It doesn't care about what you think you deserve or don't deserve. It simply responds to your frequency, which is determined by your beliefs. Change your beliefs, change your frequency. Change your frequency, change what collapses from the field. Change what collapses from the field, change your life. It's that simple and that profound. The power has always been yours. The quantum field has always been responsive. The only thing that's been missing is understanding how to consciously direct the process. And now, you know. Now you have the code. Now the only question is whether you'll apply it consistently enough to prove to yourself that it works. Solomon did, and he became legendary. What will you choose? What will you reprogram? What reality will you collapse from the infinite field of possibilities into your lived experience? The power is yours. The process is clear. The transformation is waiting. All that's required now is your commitment to consistent practice until the new programming becomes your new reality. This is the way. This is quantum reprogramming. This is how you decode and overcome every limiting belief that's ever held you back. And this is how you step into the version of yourself that already exists in the quantum field, just waiting for you to believe it into being. Chapter 6. The State of Being. Living from your desired future. There's a secret that separates those who successfully manifest their desires from those who spend their entire lives wishing and hoping. It's not about working harder. It's not about knowing the right people or being in the right place at the right time. It's not even about positive thinking or visualization, although those play their part. The secret is this: You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. You don't manifest from a state of desire or lack. You manifest from a state of being. And until you learn to embody the energetic signature of the person who already has what you desire, you'll keep creating more experiences of wanting rather than having. Solomon understood this at the deepest level. He didn't become prosperous by chasing prosperity. He became the energetic equivalent of prosperity itself, and prosperity had no choice but to flow to him. This is the most profound shift you'll ever make in your understanding of manifestation. This is the code that changes everything. Let me explain what I mean by state of being, because this concept is often misunderstood or reduced to surface-level interpretations. Your state of being is the sum total of your habitual thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and energy. It's the frequency you're broadcasting into the quantum field, moment by moment, day by day. It's not what you think occasionally or feel sometimes. It's what you think consistently and feel habitually. It's not who you pretend to be or who you wish you were. It's who you actually are at the subconscious level where your identity lives. And here's the critical insight that most people miss. The universe doesn't respond to your wishes, prayers, or affirmations. The universe responds to your state of being. It matches your vibrational frequency with corresponding experiences. If your state of being is lack, you'll experience lack. If your state of being is abundance, you'll experience abundance. Not because the universe is judging you or testing you, but because this is simply how the law works. Like attracts, like at the vibrational level. Solomon's prosperity wasn't the result of doing prosperity things. It was the result of being a prosperous person. There's a profound difference between these two approaches. Most people try to acquire things they believe will make them feel prosperous. They think, when I get the money, then I'll feel abundant. When I get the relationship, then I'll feel loved. When I get the success, then I'll feel confident. But this is backwards. This is trying to create the cause from the effect. The truth is, you must first become the energetic equivalent of what you desire. You must embody the feelings, thoughts, and beliefs of the person who already has it. And from that state of being, the corresponding experiences must manifest because the law cannot operate any other way. This is not positive thinking. This is not pretending. This is understanding that being precedes having in the quantum field of creation. Now let me take you deeper into how this actually works, because once you understand the mechanism, you can apply it deliberately instead of accidentally. Every emotion you feel generates a specific electromagnetic signature. Scientists can measure this. Your heart produces an electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body, and this field changes based on your emotional state. When you feel gratitude, love, or joy, your heart creates a coherent electromagnetic pattern that's measurable and powerful. When you feel fear, anger, or resentment, your heart creates a chaotic, incoherent pattern. These patterns are not contained within your body. They radiate outward, interacting with the quantum field and literally broadcasting a signal that says, "More of this, please." The field responds by organizing circumstances, people, and resources that match your signal. This is the science behind state of being. You're not just feeling emotions in isolation. You're broadcasting instructions to the quantum field about what to create more of in your experience. Solomon knew this without having modern instruments to measure it. He understood that his internal state was creating his external reality. So he became extremely intentional about cultivating and maintaining specific states of being. Peace, wisdom, confidence, gratitude, generosity. These weren't just nice qualities to have. They were the vibrational frequencies that attracted everything he desired. When he felt peaceful, peaceful circumstances arose. When he embodied wisdom, wise solutions appeared. When he was generous, abundance flowed to him, not as reward for good behavior, but as natural consequence of his vibrational frequency. The field was simply matching his state of being with corresponding experiences. This is how the law works for everyone, all the time, whether they're conscious of it or not. The question is whether you're going to use this law deliberately or continue operating it unconsciously. Here's where most people get stuck, and I need you to really understand this because it's the difference between transformation and frustration. You cannot fake your state of being. You cannot just think positive while feeling negative and expect positive results. Your state of being is determined by your authentic emotional signature, not your conscious thoughts or spoken words. If you affirm abundance while feeling lack, your state of being is lack, and that's what the field responds to. If you visualize success while believing you're not worthy, your state of being is unworthiness, and that's what manifests. This is why so many people feel like the law of attraction doesn't work for them. They're trying to use thoughts and words to override their actual state of being. And it's like trying to change the image on a television screen by yelling at it. The image comes from the signal being broadcast, not from what you want the image to be. Change the signal. Change the image. Change your state of being. Change your reality. So how do you change your state of being? This is the practical application that transforms theory into results. The first step is awareness. You must become conscious of your current state of being, which most people have never examined. Take a moment right now and check in with yourself. What's your baseline emotional state? Not what you feel occasionally when something good happens, but what you feel most of the time underneath everything else. Is it anxiety, contentment, frustration, peace, hope, resignation? Whatever it is, that's your current state of being, and it's broadcasting a frequency that the quantum field is matching with experiences. If you don't like what you're experiencing in life, look at your state of being. That's always where the disconnect lives. Your circumstances are never random. They're always reflections of your vibrational frequency. Solomon practiced constant self-awareness. He examined his thoughts, observed his emotions, questioned his reactions. This wasn't neurotic self-judgment. This was conscious engagement with his own consciousness. He understood that you can't change what you're not aware of. So he made awareness itself a practice. And from that awareness, he could make conscious choices about what state of being he wanted to cultivate. This is the second step, choice. Once you're aware of your current state, you can choose a different one, not by forcing it or pretending, but by consciously directing your attention, thoughts, and emotions toward the state you want to embody. If your current state is anxiety, you can choose to cultivate peace. If your current state is lack, you can choose to cultivate sufficiency. If your current state is victimhood, you can choose to cultivate empowerment. This is not denial of reality. This is recognition that your state of being creates your reality. So changing your state is the most practical thing you can do. But here's where it gets really powerful, and this is the part that Solomon mastered completely. You don't just think about the desired state. You don't just wish you felt differently. You actually generate the emotions and embody the thoughts of the desired state right now, before any external circumstances change. This is living from your future instead of from your past. Most people live from their past. They wake up every morning, remember who they were yesterday, recall all their problems and limitations, feel the familiar emotions of their habitual patterns, and essentially recreate the same person, thinking the same thoughts, feeling the same feelings, making the same choices, and getting the same results. This is living from the past. Living from your future means waking up and asking, who do I want to be today? What is the version of me who already has what I desire, think, and feel? How does that person move through the world? And then you embody that state of being before any evidence appears. Let me give you a specific example because this is crucial. Let's say you desire financial abundance but currently experience scarcity. Living from your past means waking up, checking your bank account, feeling the stress of limited resources, thinking thoughts of worry about bills, and spending your day in the emotional state of lack. This state of being broadcasts a frequency of scarcity into the quantum field, which responds by creating more experiences of scarcity. You're stuck in a loop. Living from your future means waking up and consciously choosing to feel abundant before checking your account. You generate the emotions of gratitude, sufficiency, and trust. You think thoughts like, resources flow to me easily. I am supported. Abundance is my natural state. You move through your day in the emotional signature of someone who has plenty, not someone who's lacking. And here's what's crucial. You maintain this state regardless of what your current circumstances show you. You're not denying that your account is low. You're choosing to broadcast a different frequency anyway, because you understand that your state of being today is creating your circumstances tomorrow. This is exactly what Solomon did. He embodied the state of being of a wise, prosperous, influential king before he had the full manifestation of those qualities. He felt the peace of wisdom before he had all the answers. He embodied the confidence of prosperity before his wealth reached legendary levels. He moved with the certainty of influence before all the kings and queens came seeking his counsel. And because he maintained that state of being consistently, the quantum field had no choice but to match it with corresponding experiences. This isn't mystical or magical. This is how consciousness creates reality. Being precedes having. State precedes circumstance. Frequency precedes experience. Always. Now, let me address the challenge that everyone faces when trying to live from their desired future. Your current circumstances will constantly try to pull you back into your familiar state of being. You'll see evidence of lack, and your old programming will want to feel lack. You'll face obstacles, and your habitual patterns will want to feel defeated. You'll experience setbacks, and your conditioning will want to feel like a victim. This is normal. This is the test. This is where most people fail, because they let their circumstances determine their state of being, instead of letting their state of being determine their circumstances. But if you can hold your desired state, even when circumstances contradict it, especially when circumstances contradict it, you prove to the quantum field that your new frequency is authentic and dominant, and the field must eventually reorganize to match it. This is not about willpower or pretending. This is about understanding that lag time exists between internal shift and external manifestation, and maintaining your state during that lag time is what allows the manifestation to complete. Solomon faced enormous challenges, threats from enemies, complex political situations, resource limitations, internal conflicts, but his state of being remained constant: peace, wisdom, confidence, faith, not because he denied the challenges, but because he understood that his state of being would determine the outcomes more than the circumstances themselves. He lived from the solution instead of from the problem. He embodied the energy of success instead of the energy of struggle, and his reality consistently reflected that state. This is the practice. This is the discipline. This is what separates those who transform their lives from those who just read about transformation. The transformed ones maintain their desired state of being regardless of temporary circumstances, knowing that consistent frequency must produce matching experiences. Let me give you a framework for embodying different states of being, because this is practical work that produces tangible results. First, identify the state you want to embody. Be specific, not just happy, but what kind of happiness? The contentment of someone at peace with themselves, the joy of someone living their purpose, the excitement of someone creating something meaningful. Different emotional signatures attract different experiences. Solomon embodied a state that we might call elevated awareness, combined with grounded confidence. He felt wise not because he knew everything, but because he trusted his ability to understand whatever he needed to understand. He felt prosperous not because he had everything, but because he knew resources would always be available when needed. These specific states generated specific results. What state do you want to embody? Get clear about this because clarity directs energy. Second, identify what that state feels like in your body. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine being the person who already has what you desire. How do they hold their body? How do they breathe? What sensations do they feel in their chest, their stomach, their limbs? State of being isn't just mental or emotional. It's physiological. Your body and your consciousness are one system. When you change your physiology, you change your state. When you change your state, you change your physiology. Solomon understood this. The texts describe him as having a certain bearing, a presence, a way of moving through space that communicated his state of being before he ever spoke a word. This wasn't acting or pretending. This was embodiment. His body expressed his consciousness. Your body will do the same once you learn to consciously direct it. Third, practice entering this state multiple times throughout the day. Don't wait until you feel like it. Don't wait for circumstances to justify it. Consciously choose to embody your desired state for 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there, as many times as possible. In the morning when you wake, spend the first few minutes generating the emotions and thoughts of your desired state before you engage with any external stimulus. Throughout the day, pause regularly to check in. Am I in my desired state or my default state? If you've slipped into the old pattern, consciously shift back. Before important moments, meetings, decisions, conversations, take 60 seconds to enter your desired state. This programs your nervous system, broadcasts your intended frequency, and sets up the quantum field to respond favorably. Before sleep, spend the last few minutes dwelling in your desired state, so your subconscious works on it throughout the night. This practice, done consistently, rewires your nervous system until the desired state becomes your new default state. Solomon didn't just practice this occasionally. He lived this way. His entire existence was organized around maintaining the state of being that matched his vision for himself and his kingdom. He surrounded himself with beauty because beauty generates elevated emotions. He engaged in activities that produced wisdom because wisdom was the state he wanted to embody. He practiced generosity because the state of giving is the state of abundance. Everything in his life supported the state of being he chose to maintain. This is how you live from your desired future. You organize your life, your environment, your activities, your relationships, everything around supporting the state of being you want to make permanent. Not someday when you have what you want, but now, before you have it, because the having comes from the being, never the other way around. Here's something profound that happens when you master this practice. You stop needing the external manifestation to feel fulfilled because you're already experiencing the emotional essence of what you desire through your state of being. If you desired wealth for the feeling of security it would provide, and you learn to embody the state of security now, you're already experiencing the core essence of what you wanted. The money will still come because your frequency demands it, but you're no longer desperate for it. If you desired a relationship for the feeling of love and connection it would provide, and you learn to embody states of love and connection now, you're already experiencing what you truly wanted. The relationship will still manifest because that's how the law works, but you're no longer needy or incomplete without it. This is the paradox that Solomon understood. The moment you stop needing something to feel complete, you complete the circuit that allows it to manifest. Neediness is a frequency of lack. Wholeness is a frequency of abundance. The field responds accordingly. Let me share with you what I call the Solomon sequence, a practice for shifting your state of being in real time when you notice you've slipped into old patterns. First, pause and acknowledge without judgment that you're in a state that doesn't serve you. I notice I'm feeling anxious right now. No shame, no criticism, just awareness. Second, take 3 deep breaths, consciously relaxing your body with each exhale. This interrupts the physiological pattern of the unwanted state. Third, place your hand on your heart and recall a moment when you felt the emotion you want to embody now. Relive that memory with full sensory detail until you feel the emotion beginning to arise. Fourth, amplify that emotion. Let it grow. Feel it spreading through your body. Breathe it in deeper. Make it stronger. Fifth, from this elevated state, think thoughts that match it. If you're feeling grateful, think thoughts of appreciation. If you're feeling peaceful, think thoughts of trust. If you're feeling powerful, think thoughts of capability. Sixth, from this state, take your next action, whatever it is, carrying this frequency forward into your experience. This sequence takes less than 5 minutes, but can completely shift your trajectory because you've consciously chosen your state of being instead of unconsciously defaulting to old patterns. Practice this sequence 10 times today, 20 times tomorrow, until it becomes automatic, until you can shift your state as easily as you shift your physical position. This is mastery. This is what Solomon achieved, the ability to consciously choose and maintain his state of being regardless of circumstances. And from that mastery came everything else. The wisdom, the prosperity, the influence, the legendary legacy, not as separate achievements but as natural manifestations of his consistent state of being. This is available to you, not someday, not in some future when you're more evolved, but right now, in this moment. You can choose your state of being right now. You can generate the emotions of your desired future right now. You can think the thoughts of the person you want to become right now. And if you do this consistently, your reality must shift to match because the law is absolute and impersonal. It works the same for everyone who understands and applies it. But I want to be very clear about something, because this is where people often misunderstand state of being work. This is not about bypassing difficult emotions or pretending negative feelings don't exist. This is not toxic positivity or spiritual bypassing. If you're experiencing grief, you need to feel grief. If you're processing anger, you need to honor anger. If you're working through fear, you need to acknowledge fear. Suppressing authentic emotions in the name of maintaining a positive state is actually creating internal division, which we've already discussed as counterproductive. The practice of choosing your state of being is about not getting stuck in those emotions, not making them your identity, not broadcasting them as your permanent frequency. You feel what you feel, you honor it, you learn from it, and then you consciously choose to return to the state that serves your vision for your life. This is emotional maturity combined with conscious creation. This is what Solomon practiced: full engagement with authentic experience combined with deliberate direction of his dominant state. Let me tell you what happens when you successfully make this shift from living from your past to living from your desired future. First, you experience profound inner peace because you're no longer at war with yourself or your circumstances. You've accepted that your state of being creates your reality, so you stop fighting reality and start choosing your state. Second, you notice synchronicities increasing. The right people appear at the right time. Resources show up unexpectedly. Opportunities align perfectly. This isn't magic. This is your frequency matching with corresponding frequencies in the field. Third, your decision-making improves dramatically because you're making choices from an elevated state rather than a fearful or limited one. Fourth, your resilience increases because setbacks no longer define you. You remain in your chosen state even when circumstances are challenging, which means you recover faster and find solutions more easily. And fifth, your reality begins to physically transform to match your new state. Different job, different relationships, different financial situation, different health, different everything, because you're different, and reality always reflects state of being. This is the Solomon Code in its purest expression. Be the frequency you want to experience. Embody the state of the person who already has what you desire. Live from your future instead of from your past. Maintain your chosen state regardless of temporary circumstances, and watch as the quantum field reorganizes itself to match your frequency with corresponding experiences. This is not theory. This is not philosophy. This is practical instruction for conscious creation. Solomon proved it works. Countless others have proved it works, and now it's your turn to prove it to yourself, not by reading about it or thinking about it, but by living it, by choosing your state of being moment by moment, day by day, until the person you've been pretending to be becomes the person you actually are, until the future you've been imagining becomes the present you're living, until the life you've been desiring becomes the life you're experiencing. This is the way. This is state of being. This is living from your desired future. And this is how you activate the Solomon Code in your own life, starting right now with the very next state you choose to embody. Chapter 7. The Alchemy of Emotions. There's a force inside you right now that's more powerful than any external resource, any connection, any opportunity, or any circumstance. It's the force that can transform your entire reality in an instant, or keep you trapped in patterns for decades. It's the force that quantum physicists are only beginning to measure, that ancient wisdom keepers understood intimately, and that Solomon mastered so completely that his emotional state could shift the energy of entire rooms, entire cities, entire nations. This force is emotion. Not the surface-level feelings that come and go based on circumstances, but the deep electromagnetic charges that emanate from your heart, interact with the quantum field, and literally magnetize experiences that match their frequency. Most people are completely unconscious of their emotional broadcast. They let emotions happen to them randomly, reactively, chaotically. But Solomon discovered something revolutionary. Emotions aren't just reactions to reality. They're the creative force behind reality. And when you learn to use them intentionally, when you master what I call the alchemy of emotions, you unlock the most powerful manifestation tool available to human consciousness. Let me start by explaining what emotions actually are, because most people fundamentally misunderstand them. Emotions are not just mental states or psychological experiences. They are measurable electromagnetic frequencies generated primarily by your heart. Your heart produces an electromagnetic field that's 60 times greater in amplitude than your brain and can be detected several feet away from your body with sensitive instruments. This field changes its pattern based on what you're feeling. When you feel coherent emotions like love, gratitude, joy, or peace, your heart creates a smooth, harmonious wave pattern. When you feel incoherent emotions like anger, fear, frustration, or resentment, your heart creates a chaotic, jagged wave pattern. These patterns aren't contained within your body. They radiate outward into the quantum field, literally broadcasting a signal about what you want more of. The field, being neutral and responsive, sends back experiences that match your signal. This is the science behind emotional manifestation. You're not just feeling emotions in isolation. You're using emotions to communicate with the creative matrix of reality itself. Solomon understood this intuitively. He recognized that his emotional state was the primary determinant of what he experienced. So he became extraordinarily intentional about which emotions he cultivated and maintained. Peace wasn't just a nice feeling for Solomon. It was a strategic choice that broadcast a frequency of harmony into his kingdom. Gratitude wasn't just politeness. It was a powerful tool that amplified abundance. Joy wasn't just happiness. It was an electromagnetic signal that attracted more circumstances worthy of celebration. He treated emotions like the creative forces they are, choosing them deliberately rather than experiencing them accidentally, and his reality reflected his emotional mastery. Where there could have been chaos, there was order. Where there could have been conflict, there was resolution. Where there could have been scarcity, there was abundance. Not because circumstances were always favorable, but because his emotional frequency was consistently elevated, and the quantum field matched it accordingly. Now here's where most people go wrong with emotions, and it's costing them everything they desire. They think emotions are caused by circumstances. Something good happens, they feel good. Something bad happens, they feel bad. They're completely reactive, at the mercy of whatever life throws at them, bouncing between emotional states based on external events. But this is living as an effect instead of a cause. This is giving your power away to circumstances. The truth that Solomon discovered, and that quantum physics now confirms, is that the relationship between circumstances and emotions runs in the opposite direction. Your emotions don't respond to circumstances. Your emotions create circumstances. You don't feel abundant because you have money. You attract money because you feel abundant. You don't feel loved because you're in a relationship. You attract relationship because you feel loving. You don't feel confident because you're successful. You become successful because you feel confident. Emotion is always the cause. Circumstance is always the effect. And until you reverse this misunderstanding in your consciousness, you'll remain stuck in reactive patterns that can never produce lasting transformation. Let me show you exactly how this works at the quantum level, because once you understand the mechanism, You can use it deliberately. Remember that at the most fundamental level, reality exists as waves of probability in the quantum field. Infinite possibilities exist simultaneously. Your observation collapses these waves into specific experiences. But observation isn't just looking. It's the combination of attention, intention, and emotion. Your attention focuses on specific possibilities. Your intention directs which ones you prefer. But your emotion is what provides the charge, the power, the magnetic force that actually collapses the wave function into physical reality. Thoughts without emotion are weak signals. Intentions without emotion lack creative power. But when you combine clear intention with powerful emotion, you create an irresistible force that the quantum field must respond to. This is why Solomon's prayers were so effective. He didn't just think requests. He felt them. He charged his intentions with genuine emotion, and the field had no choice but to organize experiences that matched that frequency. Think about the difference between someone who casually thinks, "It would be nice to have more money," versus someone who feels deep gratitude for abundance, who genuinely experiences the joy of prosperity, who embodies the peace of financial freedom even before it manifests physically. The first person is sending a weak, uncharged signal that produces minimal response. The second person is broadcasting a powerful, emotion-charged frequency that magnetizes resources, opportunities, and circumstances aligned with prosperity. The difference isn't in the words or even the thoughts. It's in the emotional charge. Emotion is the currency of creation. It's the language the quantum field understands most clearly. This is why you can affirm something 1,000 times and see no results if there's no authentic emotion behind it. But you can feel something once with genuine intensity and watch circumstances shift immediately. The key is always the emotional component. Solomon mastered what I call emotional alchemy, the practice of consciously transforming lower-frequency emotions into higher-frequency ones. Not by suppressing or denying the lower emotions, but by acknowledging them, understanding their message, and then deliberately choosing to shift into a more empowering emotional state. For example, when he felt fear about a threat to his kingdom, he didn't pretend the fear didn't exist. He felt it, recognized it as information about perceived danger, and then consciously shifted into courage and strategic confidence. When he felt frustration with a complex problem, he didn't stay in frustration. He acknowledged it, understood it as a signal that his current approach wasn't working, and shifted into curiosity and openness to new solutions. This wasn't emotional bypassing. This was emotional intelligence combined with conscious creation. He used every emotion as information and fuel, never as a destination or identity. Here's the practice of emotional alchemy. And I want you to understand that this is perhaps the most valuable skill you'll ever develop. First, become aware of what you're feeling without judgment. Most people are so disconnected from their emotions that they can't even accurately name them. Practice checking in with yourself multiple times throughout the day. What am I feeling right now? Name it specifically. Not just bad, but what kind of bad? Frustration, anxiety, sadness, resentment. The more precisely you can identify the emotion, the more consciously you can work with it. Second, acknowledge the emotion as valid. Don't judge yourself for feeling it. Don't try to push it away. Every emotion has information for you. Fear tells you about perceived threats. Anger tells you about perceived violations of boundaries or values. Sadness tells you about perceived loss. These are all valuable data points about how you're interpreting your experience. Honor the emotion for what it's teaching you. Third, And this is crucial. Ask yourself what this emotion is trying to protect, or what need it's signaling. Often, lower frequency emotions are protective mechanisms or signals about unmet needs. Fear is trying to protect you from danger. Anger is trying to protect your boundaries. Sadness is signaling a need for connection or comfort. When you understand the underlying purpose, you can address the need more consciously, rather than just reacting to the emotion. Fourth, consciously choose a higher frequency emotion that still honors what you've learned, but serves you better going forward. If you felt fear, you might choose courage or trust. If you felt anger, you might choose empowerment or peace. If you felt sadness, you might choose gratitude for what you have, or hope for what's coming. The key is not to force a fake emotion, but to genuinely shift your frequency by changing your focus, your thoughts, and your physiological state. Solomon practiced this constantly. The ancient text describes situations where he faced enormous challenges, complex decisions, threats from enemies, internal conflicts in his kingdom, but they consistently describe his emotional state as wise, peaceful, confident, not because he was immune to lower emotions or never experienced them, but because he had mastered the practice of alchemy. He could feel fear and transform it into wisdom. He could experience frustration and transform it into patience. He could encounter anger and transform it into understanding. And each transformation wasn't just internal. It affected the entire situation because his emotional frequency was interacting with the quantum field and influencing outcomes. When he entered a room in peace, peace spread. When he approached a problem with confidence, solutions appeared. When he engaged with people from love, they responded with cooperation. His emotional mastery literally changed reality around him. Now let me introduce you to what I call the hierarchy of emotions, because understanding this will help you navigate your emotional landscape more consciously. At the bottom of the hierarchy are emotions like shame, guilt, and apathy. These are the lowest frequencies, and they attract experiences of victimhood, helplessness, and stagnation. Moving up, we have grief, fear, and anger. These are still challenging emotions, but they have more energy and can actually be stepping stones to higher states. Further up are emotions like courage, neutrality, and willingness. These are transitional states where you're beginning to reclaim your power. Higher still are emotions like acceptance, reason, and love. These are elevated states that attract positive experiences and solutions. And at the top are emotions like joy, peace, and enlightenment. These are the highest frequencies available to human consciousness, and they're the most magnetic to desired outcomes. Here's what's crucial to understand. You can't usually jump from the bottom to the top in one move. If you're in shame, telling yourself to feel joy is futile and actually counterproductive because the gap is too large, and your system will reject it as inauthentic. But you can move up the scale gradually, from shame to guilt, from guilt to grief, from grief to fear, from fear to anger, from anger to courage. Each step up the scale is an improvement in frequency and an upgrade in what you're attracting. Solomon understood this progression. He didn't demand perfection from himself or others. He simply focused on emotional movement in the right direction, knowing that consistent upward movement would eventually result in sustained, elevated states that would transform everything. Let me give you a practical framework for using emotions as manifestation tools rather than just experiencing them randomly. This is the practice that will change your entire relationship with your emotional life. First thing in the morning, before you engage with any external stimuli, before you check your phone or think about your to-do list, spend 5 minutes intentionally generating elevated emotions. Choose emotions that match what you want to manifest. If you want prosperity, feel abundant. If you want love, feel loving. If you want success, feel accomplished. Don't wait for circumstances to give you permission to feel these emotions. Generate them yourself through memory, imagination, or conscious choice. Remember a time you felt the emotion you want to feel now, or imagine a future where you're feeling it, and let your body produce the actual feeling. This sets your emotional frequency for the day and broadcasts a clear signal to the quantum field about what you want to experience. Throughout the day, practice what I call emotional awareness. Check in with yourself regularly. What am I feeling right now? Is this emotion serving my vision for my life? If yes, amplify it. Feel it more deeply. Let it grow. If no, use the alchemy practice to transform it. This isn't about being happy all the time. This is about being conscious all the time, about directing your emotional state rather than being directed by it, about using emotions as creative tools rather than being used by them. Solomon lived this way: constant awareness, constant choice, constant refinement of his emotional frequency, and the results were legendary because his emotional mastery was legendary. Before major decisions or important interactions, consciously choose the emotional state you want to embody. If you're going into a negotiation, embody confidence and cooperation. If you're having a difficult conversation, embody peace and understanding. If you're working on a creative project, embody joy and flow. Your emotional state will influence the outcome more than your words, strategies, or actions, because emotion is the primary creative force. Before sleep, review your day emotionally, not with judgment, but with awareness. What emotions did I experience today? Which ones served me? Which ones didn't? What do I want to feel tomorrow? Then, spend the last few minutes before sleep dwelling in the emotional states you want to manifest. Feel gratitude for what you have. Feel excitement for what's coming. Feel peace with the process. Feel love for yourself and others. Feel joy just for being alive. This programs your subconscious to work on these frequencies throughout the night, and you'll wake up more aligned with them. This is the daily practice of emotional alchemy: morning programming, daytime awareness, evening review. Done consistently, it transforms your baseline emotional state, which transforms your frequency, which transforms what you attract and experience. Now let me address something critical that most teachings on emotions ignore. Not all positive emotions are created equal in terms of manifestation power. The most powerful emotions for manifestation are gratitude, love, and joy. Why? Because these emotions are inherently expansive. They open your heart, coherent your electromagnetic field, and create the strongest magnetic pull on the quantum field. Gratitude is particularly powerful because it's the emotion of having. When you feel genuine gratitude, you're signaling to the field that you already have something valuable, and the field responds by giving you more to be grateful for. This is why gratitude practices are so effective. Not because you're being polite to the universe, but because you're broadcasting the frequency of abundance. And abundance attracts more abundance. Solomon was famous for his gratitude. He gave thanks constantly, not as religious obligation, but as manifestation strategy. He knew that gratitude was one of the highest frequency emotions available, and maintaining it kept him in a state that attracted everything he desired. Love is equally powerful, but it must be authentic. Not the possessive, needy kind of love that's really fear in disguise, but genuine, open-hearted, expansive love. Love for yourself, love for others, love for life itself, love for the creative process. This kind of love has a frequency that harmonizes with the fundamental nature of the universe, which many wisdom traditions describe as love itself. When you vibrate at the frequency of love, you're aligning with the creative force that underlies all of reality. You become a cooperative component with the universe, rather than fighting against it. Solomon understood this. His wisdom was infused with love. Not sentimental emotion, but profound appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. This love gave him insight, patience, compassion, and the ability to see solutions where others saw only problems. Joy is the third member of this powerful trinity. Not happiness dependent on circumstances, but joy that comes from alignment with your true nature, from living authentically, from expressing your purpose. This joy is magnetic to opportunities, people, and resources because it signals that you're in flow with life, and life responds by flowing toward you. Here's something profound that happens when you master emotional alchemy. You realize that you've been seeking things not for the things themselves, but for the emotions you believed they would give you. You wanted money for the feeling of security and freedom. You wanted relationships for the feeling of love and connection. You wanted success for the feeling of worthiness and validation. But here's the revelation. You can generate those emotions right now, independent of circumstances. And when you do, two things happen. First, you experience the essence of what you wanted before the physical manifestation appears, which means you're already fulfilled in the ways that matter most. Second, because you're now broadcasting the frequency of having what you want, the physical manifestation must follow, because the law demands it. This is the paradox. When you stop needing the thing to feel the emotion, you become magnetic to the thing. When you can feel abundant without money, money flows to you. When you can feel loved without a relationship, relationships appear. When you can feel successful before achievement, success becomes inevitable. Solomon lived this paradox perfectly. He didn't need wealth to feel prosperous. He felt prosperous, and wealth flowed to him. He didn't need validation to feel wise. He felt wise, and everyone sought his wisdom. He didn't need power to feel confident. He felt confident, and power was given to him. He had reversed the equation that keeps most people trapped. Most people think, get the thing, then feel the emotion. Solomon understood, feel the emotion, then get the thing. And this reversal, this understanding that emotion is cause and circumstance is effect, was the foundation of his legendary life. It can be the foundation of yours, too, but only if you're willing to practice, only if you're willing to generate elevated emotions even when circumstances don't justify them, only if you're willing to maintain those emotions even when evidence contradicts them. This is faith, not blind belief, but conscious choice to broadcast the frequency you want to experience, rather than the frequency you're currently experiencing. Let me give you one more practice that Solomon used, and that modern science has validated as extraordinarily powerful. It's called heart coherence, and it's a technique for bringing your heart and brain into synchronized, harmonious communication. Here's how it works. Sit comfortably and place your hand over your heart. Close your eyes and bring your attention to your heart area. Breathe slowly and deeply, imagining that you're breathing in and out through your heart. After a few breaths, recall a moment when you felt genuine gratitude, love, or joy. Relive that memory with full sensory detail. See what you saw, hear what you heard. Most importantly, feel what you felt. Let that emotion build in your chest. Breathe it in. Let it expand. Maintain this state for 5 to 10 minutes. What you're doing is creating coherence between your heart's electromagnetic field and your brain's neural activity. When these two systems synchronize, you create a powerful, unified signal that broadcasts into the quantum field with exceptional clarity and strength. Research has shown that this state enhances intuition, improves decision-making, reduces stress, and increases manifestation power. Solomon may not have called it heart coherence, but the ancient texts describe him as having a wise heart, which suggests he had achieved this integrated state where heart and mind worked in perfect harmony. Practice heart coherence every morning and evening. Make it your daily emotional calibration, and watch how your life transforms. You'll notice that solutions come more easily, that synchronicities increase, that people respond to you more positively, that opportunities align more perfectly. Why? Because you're broadcasting a coherent, powerful frequency that the quantum field can match clearly. You're no longer sending mixed signals. You're no longer emotionally chaotic. You're becoming a clear, intentional, powerful creator. This is the alchemy of emotions in practice. This is what Solomon mastered. This is what's available to you right now if you'll commit to the practice. Not someday. Not when you feel more ready. Right now. You have everything you need. The emotions are already within you, waiting to be consciously directed. The quantum field is already surrounding you, waiting to respond to your frequency. The only thing missing is your decision to stop experiencing emotions randomly and start using them strategically. To stop being at the mercy of your feelings and start becoming the master of them. To stop letting circumstances determine your emotional state and start letting your emotional state determine your circumstances. This is the way of the wise. This is the code of Solomon. This is the alchemy that transforms base metal into gold, limitation into possibility, and ordinary life into extraordinary experience. Your emotions are not your enemies. They're not obstacles to overcome. They're the most powerful creative tools you possess. Treat them that way. Respect them. Study them. Master them. Use them consciously, deliberately, strategically, and watch as your entire reality reorganizes itself to match the frequency you're broadcasting. Solomon proved it's possible. Science proves it works. And now it's your turn to prove it to yourself. Not by thinking about it, not by understanding it intellectually, but by feeling it, by generating elevated emotions right now, by maintaining them throughout your day, by making emotional mastery your primary spiritual practice. Do this, and everything else you've learned in these chapters will amplify exponentially, because emotion is the key that unlocks all other doors. It's the force that powers all other practices. It's the bridge between desire and manifestation, between vision and reality, between who you are and who you're becoming. Master the alchemy of emotions, and you master the art of conscious creation itself. This is not the end of the teaching. This is the beginning of your practice, and your practice, committed to consistently and completely, will transform everything. Welcome to emotional mastery. Welcome to the alchemy that changes worlds. Welcome to the power that has always been yours, waiting only for you to recognize it, claim it, and use it to create the life you were born to live. Chapter 8. The Principle of Sowing and Reaping. There's a law operating in the universe that's as reliable as gravity, as consistent as mathematics, and as unavoidable as time itself. It's mentioned in every wisdom tradition, validated by quantum physics, and proven in every single life, whether people are conscious of it or not. Solomon understood this law so deeply that it became the foundation of his entire approach to life, wealth, relationships, and wisdom. The law is simple in its statement, but profound in its implications. Whatever you sow, you will reap. Whatever you put out into the quantum field, you will receive back multiplied. Whatever energy, action, thought, or emotion you send into the universe, it will return to you bearing fruit of the same kind. Most people hear this and think they understand it, but they're only grasping the surface. Today, we're going to dive into the depths of this principle, because when you truly comprehend how sowing and reaping works at the quantum level, you gain access to a creative power that most people never touch. You become able to consciously plant seeds that will grow into any harvest you desire. Let me start by explaining what's actually happening when you sow something, because this is where science and ancient wisdom converge in beautiful harmony. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every emotion you feel, every action you take, is not contained within you. It radiates outward as a vibrational frequency into the quantum field of infinite possibilities. This field, which quantum physicists have demonstrated exists and responds to observation, is like an infinitely fertile garden. Whatever seed you plant in it, whatever frequency you broadcast into it, it accepts without judgment and begins the process of multiplication and manifestation. If you plant seeds of kindness, the field doesn't ask if you deserve kindness in return. It simply produces more kindness. If you plant seeds of resentment, the field doesn't moralize about it. It simply produces more resentment. The field is completely neutral, absolutely responsive, and perfectly consistent. This is both terrifying and empowering, because it means you're always creating your future through what you're sowing today. Solomon understood this principle at such a deep level that every action he took was conscious sowing. He didn't give generously because he was trying to be a good person. He gave generously because he understood that generosity is a seed that multiplies into abundance. He didn't speak words of wisdom just to sound intelligent. He spoke words of wisdom because he knew that wisdom shared returns as wisdom received. He didn't practice peace because conflict made him uncomfortable. He practiced peace because peace sown creates peaceful circumstances. Everything he did, said, thought, and felt was conscious agriculture in the garden of the quantum field. And his harvest was legendary because his sowing was intentional. Most people sow unconsciously, randomly, reactively, and then wonder why their harvest is chaotic and unsatisfying. But you can't plant thorns and expect roses. You can't broadcast scarcity and expect abundance. You can't emanate judgment and expect grace. The law is absolute. The harvest always matches the seed. Now here's where most people get confused about this principle, and this confusion costs them decades of potential prosperity and fulfillment. They think sowing is just about actions, about doing good deeds or being nice to people. But sowing happens at every level of your being. You sow with your thoughts. Every thought is a seed planted in the quantum field. Think thoughts of limitation. You sow limitation. Think thoughts of possibility. You sow possibility. You sow with your words. Every word broadcasts a frequency that the field receives and multiplies. Speak words of complaint. You sow more to complain about. Speak words of gratitude. You sow more to be grateful for. You sow with your emotions. Every emotion generates an electromagnetic signature that creates corresponding experiences. Feel victimized. You sow more victimization. Feel empowered. You sow more empowerment. You sow with your attention. Whatever you focus on expands, because attention is the water that makes seeds grow. Focus on problems, they multiply. Focus on solutions, they multiply. And yes, you sow with your actions. What you do creates ripples in the field that return to you multiplied. Act from love, love returns. Act from fear, fear returns. Solomon mastered sowing at all these levels simultaneously, which is why his harvest was so abundant and so consistent. Let me tell you about the mechanism of multiplication, because understanding this will change how you approach everything in life. When you plant a seed in physical soil, that seed doesn't just become one plant. It becomes one plant that produces many seeds, each of which can become another plant. There's built-in multiplication in the design. The same is true in the quantum field, but the multiplication factor is far greater. One thought consistently becomes a belief that generates thousands more thoughts of the same kind. One act of generosity creates a ripple in the field that returns as multiple opportunities for receiving. One moment of genuine gratitude shifts your frequency in a way that attracts countless circumstances worthy of more gratitude. The field doesn't just give you back what you sowed. It gives you back what you sowed multiplied, sometimes by factors you can't even measure. This is why small shifts in your sowing can create enormous shifts in your harvest. You don't have to change everything. You just have to start consciously sowing what you actually want to reap. Solomon's wealth is the perfect example of this multiplication principle in action. The texts tell us that his wealth increased to the point where silver was as common as stones in Jerusalem. But how did this happen? Not through luck or inheritance, or even just wise business practices. It happened because Solomon understood that wealth flows to those who sow prosperity consciousness. He gave generously, which is sowing prosperity. He spoke words of abundance, which is sowing prosperity. He felt grateful for resources, which is sowing prosperity. He acted from a place of sufficiency rather than scarcity, which is sowing prosperity. Every level of his being was broadcasting the frequency of prosperity, which meant the quantum field had no choice but to return prosperity multiplied. And the multiplication factor was so enormous that his wealth became legendary. This same principle is operating in your life right now. The only question is, are you sowing consciously or unconsciously? Are you planting seeds of what you want or what you don't want? Are you creating your harvest or accepting whatever happens to grow from unconscious sowing? Here's something crucial that most people miss about the principle of sowing and reaping. There's always a gap between sowing and harvest. You don't plant a seed and immediately receive fruit. There's germination time, growth time, maturation time. In physical agriculture, this might be weeks or months. In quantum agriculture, in the realm of consciousness and manifestation, the timing is more variable. Sometimes you sow something and reap almost immediately. Other times, there's a longer delay. But the delay doesn't mean the seed didn't work or the principle failed. It means the seed is still in the germination and growth phase. This is where most people abandon their conscious sowing. They plant good seeds for a week, a month, maybe a few months, and then when they don't see immediate harvest, they conclude it doesn't work and go back to unconscious sowing. But the farmer who plants corn doesn't dig up the seeds after a week to check if they're growing. The farmer trusts the process. tends the field, and waits patiently for the season of harvest. You must do the same with your consciousness. Solomon exemplified this patience. His wisdom didn't appear overnight. His wealth didn't manifest instantly. His influence didn't materialize immediately. But he sowed consistently, day after day, year after year, without wavering. He sowed wisdom by studying, questioning, and observing. He sowed prosperity by giving, investing, and creating value. He sowed peace by resolving conflicts, building relationships, and maintaining inner calm. And eventually, the harvest came. Not just a small harvest, but a legendary one, because consistent sowing always produces harvest, and the more consistent the sowing, the more abundant the harvest. This is where faith enters the picture. Not blind faith in some external deity, but faith in the principle itself. Faith that the law of sowing and reaping is as reliable as any other natural law. Faith that your conscious sowing is creating results, even when you can't see them yet. Faith that the harvest will come when the season is right. Now, let me teach you about the quality of seeds, because not all sowing is equal in its power to produce harvest. There are 3 factors that determine how powerfully a seed will grow and multiply. First is intentionality. Seeds sown consciously, with clear intention and awareness, have far more power than seeds sown unconsciously or accidentally. When Solomon gave to the poor, he wasn't just mechanically handing out resources. He gave with intention, with awareness of the principle, with conscious direction of energy. This intentionality amplified the seed's power. Second is emotion. Seeds charged with strong emotion, particularly elevated emotions like love, gratitude, and joy, grow faster and produce larger harvests. This is why acts of generosity done with genuine joy produce more return than acts done from obligation. The emotional charge is the fertilizer that accelerates growth. Third is consistency. Seeds sown once have power, but seeds sown repeatedly have exponential power. This is why daily practices are so transformative. You're not just planting one seed. You're planting thousands of seeds, and eventually the entire field is full of your desired crop. Let me give you a practical framework for conscious sowing that will transform your harvest in every area of life. Start your day by asking yourself, what do I want to reap today? Be specific. Do you want to reap peace, productivity, connection, joy, clarity, abundance? Whatever you want to reap, that's what you need to sow. If you want to reap peace, sow peace through your thoughts, words, emotions, and actions. Think peaceful thoughts. Speak peaceful words. Feel peaceful emotions. Take peaceful actions. If you want to reap abundance, sow abundance. Think abundant thoughts. Speak abundant words. Feel abundant emotions. Act from abundance rather than scarcity. The harvest always matches the seed, always. Throughout your day, maintain awareness of what you're sowing. When you catch yourself sowing something you don't want to reap, stop, acknowledge it, and consciously choose to sow something different. This moment-by-moment awareness and adjustment is how you take control of your harvest. It's how you stop being a victim of circumstance and become a master of creation. Solomon practiced this constant awareness. The texts describe him as someone who was mindful of his thoughts, careful with his words, intentional with his emotions. This wasn't neurotic self-monitoring. This was conscious agriculture. He understood that every moment was an opportunity to sow, and he chose his seeds deliberately. You can do the same. Before speaking, pause and ask, what am I sowing with these words? Before acting, pause and ask, What am I sowing with this action? Before allowing a thought pattern to continue, pause and ask, what am I sowing with this thought? This practice transforms you from an unconscious creator, accepting whatever harvest appears to a conscious creator, deliberately planting exactly what you want to reap. And the beautiful thing is, the more you practice, the more automatic it becomes. Eventually, conscious sowing becomes your default mode, rather than something you have to remember to do. Here's something profound about the principle of sowing and reaping that connects to everything we've discussed in previous chapters. The quantum field doesn't just return what you sow to you personally. It uses you as a channel to deliver harvests to others, and uses others as channels to deliver your harvest to you. When you sow generosity, your harvest might not come back from the person you gave to. It might come from a completely different source. The field orchestrates the return through whatever channels are most appropriate. This is why you can't try to manipulate the principle by giving only to people you want something from. The field knows your intention. If you're giving to get, you're actually sowing manipulation, and manipulation is what you'll reap. But if you give from genuine generosity, trusting that the field will orchestrate the return in whatever way serves highest good, then genuine generosity is what returns to you multiplied. Solomon understood this. He gave without attachment to receiving from specific sources. He sowed into the field itself, trusting that the field would manage the harvest distribution perfectly. This brings us to one of the most misunderstood aspects of sowing and reaping, the concept of giving and receiving. Most people think these are separate activities, but they're actually one motion. Giving is the sowing. Receiving is the reaping. They're part of the same cycle. And here's what's crucial. You can't reap without sowing. If you're not experiencing receiving in your life, it's because you're not sowing giving. But equally important, you must be willing to receive for the cycle to complete. Some people sow generously but struggle to receive because of unworthiness issues or beliefs that receiving is selfish, but refusing to receive breaks the cycle and prevents the multiplication from completing. Solomon was as gracious in receiving as he was in giving. When other kingdoms brought him gifts, he received them with appreciation, understanding that receiving completes the cycle and honors the giver. This allowed the cycle to continue flowing in both directions, creating ever-increasing abundance for everyone involved. Let me address something that concerns many people when they learn about this principle. They look at their current circumstances and think, if I'm reaping what I sowed, then I must have sowed terrible things because my harvest is disappointing. And then they feel guilty or ashamed. But here's what you need to understand. Most of your past sowing was unconscious. You didn't know what you were planting. You were running subconscious programs, reacting to life, operating from limiting beliefs. Yes, you're reaping that unconscious sowing now. But this moment, right now, is a new opportunity to sow consciously. Your current harvest is the result of past sowing, but your future harvest is being determined by what you sow today. This means you're never stuck. You're never condemned to reap past mistakes forever. You can start sowing differently right now, and although there will be a delay before the new harvest comes in, it will come, and when it does, it will reflect your new conscious sowing rather than your old unconscious patterns. Solomon himself demonstrated this transformation. Early in his reign, he made mistakes. He sowed some seeds he later regretted, but he didn't let past sowing define his future. He started sowing more consciously, more intentionally, more wisely, and his later harvest reflected his later sowing. This is the grace built into the principle. You're not punished forever for past unconscious sowing. You're simply experiencing the consequences of it until your new conscious sowing has time to germinate, grow, and produce its harvest. So if you don't like what you're currently reaping, don't waste energy on guilt or shame. Simply start sowing differently. Plant new seeds with intention, emotion, and consistency. Tend them patiently, and trust that the new harvest is coming. The law is reliable, the field is responsive, and your conscious sowing today is creating your experience tomorrow. Here's a powerful practice that Solomon used and that you can implement immediately. At the end of each day, review what you sowed. Not with judgment, but with awareness. Today I sowed patience when I could have sowed frustration. Today I sowed gratitude when I could have sowed complaint. Today I sowed generosity when I could have sowed withholding. Today I sowed criticism when I could have sowed encouragement. This review serves two purposes. First, it increases your awareness of your sowing patterns, which helps you sow more consciously going forward. Second, it allows you to celebrate the good seeds you planted and recommit to planting better seeds tomorrow. This practice, done daily, will transform your life because you're becoming increasingly conscious of the one thing that determines everything, what you're sowing into the quantum field. And consciousness is always the first step toward mastery. Now let me tell you about compound sowing, which is where this principle becomes truly extraordinary. Just as compound interest creates exponential growth in finance, compound sowing creates exponential growth in manifestation. Here's how it works. When you sow consistently over time, you're not just creating individual harvests. You're creating a momentum, a current, an energetic pattern in the quantum field. The field begins to organize itself around your dominant sowing. If you sow gratitude consistently for months, gratitude becomes your default frequency, and the field starts automatically attracting circumstances worthy of gratitude, even when you're not actively sowing. If you sow generosity consistently, generosity becomes your energetic signature, and resources start flowing to you, even when you're not consciously thinking about it. This is compound sowing. Your consistent past sowing creates a pattern that continues producing harvest, even as you sow new seeds. Solomon achieved this level of mastery. His sowing had created such powerful patterns in the field that abundance, wisdom, and influence flowed to him constantly, often without specific action on his part. He had programmed the field itself through consistent sowing over years. This is the ultimate goal of mastering the principle of sowing and reaping. Not just to create specific harvests through specific sowing, but to establish patterns in the quantum field that produce continuous harvest aligned with your vision. And you do this the same way Solomon did, through consistent, conscious, emotionally charged sowing day after day, year after year, until your dominant sowing becomes the field's dominant response pattern for you. This doesn't happen overnight. This is the work of a lifetime. But every single day of conscious sowing moves you closer to this state of effortless manifestation, where the field seems to anticipate your needs and desires, where synchronicities become normal, where abundance becomes your natural state. This is what's possible when you truly master the principle. This is what Solomon achieved, and this is what's available to you if you'll commit to the practice. Let me give you one final framework for working with this principle that brings together everything we've discussed. I call it the Solomon sowing system, and it's a complete approach to conscious agriculture in the quantum field. Every morning, consciously choose what you want to reap that day. Be specific. Write it down if it helps. Today, I choose to reap peace, productivity, connection, and abundance. Throughout the morning, sow those seeds abundantly. Think thoughts of peace, productivity, connection, and abundance. Speak words that plant those seeds. Feel emotions aligned with those qualities. Take actions that demonstrate them. In the afternoon, check your sowing. Are you still planting what you want to reap, or have you slipped into unconscious patterns? Make adjustments as needed. In the evening, review your day's sowing and harvest. What did you plant? What did you reap? What patterns do you notice? What will you sow tomorrow? Before sleep, visualize your desired future harvest and feel gratitude as if it's already manifested. This plants seeds in your subconscious that grow while you sleep. Do this every day. Not perfectly, because perfection isn't required, but consistently, because consistency is everything. And over weeks, months, and years, you'll watch your harvest transform from whatever appeared randomly to whatever you consciously chose. You'll experience the profound shift from being at the mercy of circumstance to being the master of your reality. You'll discover that the principle of sowing and reaping isn't just a nice spiritual concept. It's the fundamental law of creation that gives you power over your entire experience of life. Solomon knew this. He lived this. He mastered this. And his legacy, thousands of years later, proves the power of the principle. Your legacy is being created right now through what you're sowing today. What seeds are you planting? What harvest are you creating? What reality are you choosing? The principle is operating whether you're conscious of it or not. The quantum field is receiving your seeds whether you're aware of it or not. The only question is whether you'll sow consciously or unconsciously, whether you'll plant what you want or accept whatever grows from unconscious patterns, whether you'll become a master gardener in the quantum field or remain someone who wonders why weeds keep appearing in their life. The power is yours. The principle is absolute. The field is waiting. And your next thought, word, emotion, and action is a seed that will produce harvest. Choose wisely, sow consciously, and reap abundantly. This is the way of Solomon. This is the principle of sowing and reaping. And this is your path to creating whatever life you desire through the conscious planting of seeds that must, by universal law, produce the harvest you choose. Chapter 9. The Creative Silence. Solomonic Meditation. There's a place inside you where all wisdom lives, where every answer already exists, where infinite intelligence flows freely and effortlessly. It's not a physical place, though you can feel it in your body. It's not an intellectual place, though it informs your thoughts. It's a space of pure consciousness, of silent knowing, of connection to the source of all creation. Solomon knew this place intimately. He visited it daily, sometimes multiple times per day. He understood that amidst all his doing, speaking, thinking, and creating, the most powerful thing he could do was stop. Be still. Enter the silence. Because in that silence, he connected with something far greater than his individual mind. He connected with the quantum field itself, with the universal intelligence that orchestrates everything from the movement of galaxies to the healing of cells. And from that connection, he received insights that no amount of studying could provide, solutions that no amount of thinking could produce, and peace that no external circumstance could create. This is the creative silence, and it's the most underutilized power available to human consciousness. Today, You're going to learn why silence is the foundation of manifestation and how to access its transformative power. Let me start by explaining what I mean by creative silence, because most people misunderstand meditation and stillness practices. They think it's about stopping thoughts or achieving some blank mental state. But that's not what Solomon practiced, and that's not what creates transformation. Creative silence is about shifting from the frequency of your thinking mind to the frequency of your deeper consciousness. It's about moving from the noise of mental chatter to the clarity of pure awareness. It's about disconnecting from the constant stream of thoughts, worries, plans, and memories to connect with the present moment where all power actually lives. Your thinking mind operates in the past and future. It replays what happened and rehearses what might happen. But the quantum field exists only in the now. It doesn't respond to your thoughts about yesterday or tomorrow. It responds to your state of being in this moment. And you can only access your true state of being, the frequency you're actually broadcasting, when you step out of mental noise and into conscious stillness. Solomon understood something profound about the relationship between silence and creation. He recognized that creation doesn't happen through constant doing. It happens through alternating cycles of action and rest, output and input, speaking and listening, doing and being. In the silence, he wasn't escaping from life or avoiding responsibility. He was recharging his creative power. He was receiving guidance from the intelligence that knows infinitely more than his individual mind could ever know. He was aligning his personal frequency with the universal frequency. And from that alignment, when he returned to action, his actions were far more effective because they were inspired rather than forced, aligned rather than resistant, flowing rather than struggling. This is the secret that makes some people incredibly productive while remaining peaceful, and others exhausted while accomplishing little. The peaceful, productive ones understand the power of creative silence. They know that time spent in stillness multiplies the effectiveness of time spent in action. Now let me explain what's actually happening in your brain and body when you enter creative silence, because the science behind this practice is extraordinary. When you're in normal waking consciousness, thinking, planning, worrying, your brain operates primarily in beta wave frequencies, typically 15 to 30 cycles per second. This is fine for analytical thinking and problem solving, but it's also associated with stress, anxiety, and limited access to subconscious information. When you enter creative silence through meditation or contemplative practice, your brain shifts into alpha wave frequencies, 8 to 14 cycles per second. In alpha, you're relaxed but alert, and the barrier between conscious and subconscious mind becomes permeable. This is when insights arise, when solutions appear, when you can access information that was hidden from you in beta. Go deeper into the silence, and you enter theta frequencies, 4 to 8 cycles per second. This is the state of deep meditation, the state where profound healing occurs, where subconscious reprogramming happens most effectively, and where you connect most directly with the quantum field. Solomon regularly accessed these deeper states, which is why his wisdom seemed to come from a source beyond normal human intelligence. It did. He was tapping into universal intelligence through the gateway of creative silence. But there's more happening than just brainwave shifts. In creative silence, your nervous system shifts from sympathetic dominance, which is fight-or-flight stress mode, to parasympathetic dominance, which is rest and digest healing mode. Your body literally changes its chemistry. Stress hormones like cortisol decrease. Healing hormones like DHEA and growth hormone increase. Your heart rhythm becomes more coherent, creating a powerful electromagnetic field that broadcasts into the quantum field with clarity and strength. Your cells shift from defense mode to growth mode. Your immune system strengthens. Your mind becomes clearer. Your intuition sharpens. And most importantly for manifestation, your frequency elevates to levels that attract higher vibrational experiences. This is why people who meditate regularly often report that life becomes easier, that synchronicities increase, that opportunities appear more frequently. It's not magic. It's the natural result of consistently elevating your frequency through the practice of creative silence. Solomon's daily practice of silence wasn't about escaping his responsibilities as king. It was about optimizing his effectiveness in fulfilling them. The texts describe him as someone who would pause before major decisions to seek wisdom, which meant entering the silence to receive guidance. He would retreat from the noise of court politics to gain clarity about complex situations. He would spend time in contemplation before speaking, ensuring his words came from wisdom rather than reactivity. This practice made him legendary in his decision-making. Kings and queens from distant lands sought his counsel because his insights seemed to transcend normal human understanding. But he wasn't superhuman. He simply understood that the silence contains wisdom that thinking cannot access, solutions that analysis cannot produce, and peace that circumstances cannot provide. And he made accessing that silence a regular, non-negotiable practice in his life. Here's what most people miss about meditation and why their practice often feels frustrating or ineffective. They approach it as one more thing to do, one more task to check off their list, one more technique to master. But creative silence isn't a doing, it's a being. It's not about achieving anything or getting somewhere. It's about arriving where you already are, in the present moment, in pure consciousness, in connection with Source. The moment you make it about achieving, you've engaged your thinking mind and left the silence. The moment you make it about doing it right, you've created resistance and disconnected from ease. Solomon's approach to silence was different. He entered it with reverence, yes, but also with simplicity. He wasn't trying to have mystical experiences or achieve enlightenment. He was simply being still, being present, being open to whatever wanted to arise from the depths of consciousness. And in that open, receptive state, wisdom flowed naturally. Let me give you a framework for practicing creative silence that's both simple and profound, a practice you can begin today and continue for the rest of your life, with ever-deepening benefits. Find a time when you won't be interrupted. Early morning before the world wakes is ideal because your mind is naturally quieter and your brainwaves are still in alpha from sleep. But any time works if you commit to it. Sit comfortably. You don't need any special position. Just sit in a way that's sustainable for the duration of your practice. Close your eyes and bring your attention to your breath. Don't try to change it. Just observe it. Notice the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. Notice the rise and fall of your chest or belly. This simple focus on breath begins to shift your brain waves from beta toward alpha. Your breath is always happening in the present moment, so focusing on it anchors you in now, where all power lives. As you breathe and observe, thoughts will arise. This is normal. This is not failure. Your mind generates thoughts constantly. That's what minds do. The practice isn't to stop thoughts. The practice is to not engage with them. When a thought arises, don't follow it into a story. Don't analyze it or judge yourself for having it. Simply notice it like a cloud passing through the sky. and return your attention to your breath. Thought arises. You notice. You return to breath. This happens hundreds of times in a meditation session. Each return to breath is a success, not a failure. You're training your consciousness to rest in awareness, rather than get swept away by mental content. This is the foundation of all meditation practice, and it's deceptively simple, but profoundly transformative. Solomon practiced this, returning over and over, developing a mind that could remain still, even in the midst of chaos, that could access silence even when surrounded by noise. After spending time with breath awareness, you can deepen the practice by introducing what I call expansive awareness. While still breathing naturally, expand your attention beyond your body. Become aware of the space around you, the room you're in, the building you're in, the city, the earth, the universe. Let your awareness expand infinitely in all directions. Feel yourself as consciousness occupying a body, rather than a body occasionally having consciousness. This shift in perspective is profound. You begin to recognize that you're not just your thoughts, your emotions, your body, or your circumstances. You're the awareness in which all of these appear. You're the space in which life unfolds. This is your true nature, and recognizing it brings immediate peace because from this perspective, nothing can truly threaten you. You're not a small, vulnerable individual separate from everything else. You're an expression of infinite consciousness, temporarily focused in this particular form. Solomon understood this. His wisdom came from this recognition of his true nature as consciousness itself. From this state of expansive awareness, you can receive guidance, insight, and wisdom, not by thinking about problems or trying to figure things out, but by simply holding a question in your awareness and remaining open to whatever arises. For example, if you're facing a difficult decision, you might bring the question into your meditation. What serves highest good here? And then you let go of the question. You don't think about it or analyze it. You simply remain in open awareness, and you notice what arises. Sometimes it's a clear knowing, a sense of certainty about what to do. Sometimes it's an image or symbol. Sometimes it's a feeling of rightness about a particular direction. Sometimes nothing specific arises in the meditation, but hours or days later, the answer comes through a conversation, a book, a synchronicity. This is how Solomon received his legendary wisdom. He posed questions to the silence and trusted that answers would come. And they always did, because universal intelligence knows everything and responds to genuine inquiry when the mind is quiet enough to receive. Here's something crucial about creative silence that will help you maintain the practice even when your mind resists it. Your ego, your thinking mind, doesn't want you to enter the silence regularly because in the silence, its dominance is challenged. The ego thrives on thinking, planning, worrying, remembering, fantasizing. When you enter stillness, the ego loses control, and it doesn't like that. So it will create resistance. It will tell you meditation is boring, or you don't have time, or you're not doing it right, or it's not working. It will distract you with urgent thoughts about things you need to do. It will create physical discomfort to make you want to stop. Recognize these as tactics of resistance, not as truth. Solomon faced this same resistance. The texts describe him battling his own mind, learning to rule over his thoughts rather than being ruled by them. The key is not to fight the resistance, but to gently persist anyway. Commit to your practice, regardless of what your mind says about it. Show up every day, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it. because that's when the practice is most important. Now let me share with you what I call the Solomon Silence Practice, a specific meditation technique that combines everything we've discussed into one powerful practice. Begin by sitting comfortably and closing your eyes. Take 3 deep, slow breaths, consciously relaxing your body with each exhale. Then allow your breath to return to its natural rhythm and bring your attention to the area of your heart. Place your hand over your heart if it helps. Imagine that you're breathing in and out through your heart center. As you breathe, recall a moment when you felt genuine gratitude, love, or joy. Let that memory fill your awareness. Feel the emotion in your heart. Let it expand with each breath. This creates heart coherence and elevates your frequency. Maintain this state for several minutes, just breathing through your heart and dwelling in elevated emotion. Then let go of the specific memory, but maintain the feeling. Rest in this elevated emotional state, in this coherent heart frequency, without thinking about anything in particular. Just be, just breathe, just feel. This is the creative silence. This is where manifestation power lives. This is where you're most connected to the quantum field and most able to influence it with your intention. From this state, you can introduce your vision for your life, not by thinking about it or visualizing it in detail, but by feeling it. Feel the emotions of your desired future as if it's already present. Feel grateful for manifestations that haven't appeared yet. Feel joy about achievements that haven't occurred yet. Feel love and peace and fulfillment as if your vision is already reality. Don't force it. Don't strain. Just gently direct your awareness toward these elevated emotions and let them fill you. Breathe them in. Expand them with each breath. This is quantum creation in its purest form. You're not manipulating the field with mental effort. You're aligning with your desired future through elevated emotion in the present moment. You're becoming the vibrational match to what you want to experience. And from this state of being, the field has no choice but to organize experiences that match your frequency. This is what Solomon did in his moments of silence. He aligned with wisdom, prosperity, peace, and influence at the vibrational level, and his reality reflected that alignment perfectly. Remain in this state for as long as feels natural. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. There's no right duration. The practice is about quality of presence, not quantity of time. When you're ready to complete the practice, take a few deep breaths and slowly open your eyes. But here's what's crucial. Don't immediately jump back into thinking and doing. Maintain the quality of awareness you cultivated in the silence as you transition back into activity. Move slowly. Stay present. Keep your heart open. Carry the silence with you into the noise. This is what separates mediocre meditators from masters. Mediocre meditators have powerful experiences in meditation, but completely lose them the moment they return to normal life. Masters maintain their meditative awareness throughout the day. They live from the silence even while engaged in action. They maintain connection to Source even while dealing with practical matters. Solomon was a master. He could be completely engaged in running a kingdom while maintaining the inner stillness he cultivated in his formal practice. This integration is the goal, not to escape into silence, but to bring silence into everything you do. Here's what happens when you practice creative silence consistently over weeks, months, and years. First, your baseline state of consciousness elevates. You spend less time in stress and reactivity, more time in peace and clarity. Second, your intuition strengthens dramatically. You start knowing things without knowing how you know them. You make decisions that turn out perfectly, even though they didn't make logical sense at the time. Third, synchronicities multiply. The right people appear. Resources show up. Opportunities align. Not occasionally, but regularly. Fourth, your manifestations accelerate. The gap between intention and manifestation shortens because you're maintaining a clearer, stronger signal to the quantum field. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, you experience profound peace independent of circumstances. You're no longer at the mercy of external events because you've found the source of peace within yourself. This is what Solomon achieved through his practice of creative silence. This is what's available to you through the same practice. But let me address something important because many people struggle with this. You might be thinking, I can't meditate. My mind is too busy. I've tried, and I'm terrible at it. Hear me clearly. There's no such thing as being bad at meditation. If you sit down with the intention to be present, and you notice when your mind wanders and you bring it back, you're meditating successfully. The goal isn't to achieve some perfect, thoughtless state. The goal is to practice noticing and returning over and over, because that practice strengthens your capacity to direct your attention, which is the foundation of all conscious creation. Solomon's mind was undoubtedly busy. He was running a kingdom, making complex decisions, managing relationships, creating unprecedented prosperity. But he practiced anyway. He sat in silence, even when his mind wanted to keep planning and thinking. And over time, the practice became easier. The silence became deeper. The benefits became undeniable. You'll experience the same progression if you simply commit to the practice and release expectations of immediate perfection. Let me tell you about the cumulative effect of creative silence, because this is what will motivate you to make it a lifelong practice. Each time you meditate, you're not just creating a temporary state change. You're actually rewiring your brain. You're strengthening neural pathways associated with presence, peace, and elevated awareness. You're weakening neural pathways associated with anxiety, reactivity, and scattered attention. You're training your nervous system to default to calm rather than stress. You're programming your subconscious with elevated frequencies rather than survival patterns. Every single session contributes to this rewiring, even sessions that feel ineffective or distracted. It's like going to the gym. Even workouts that feel difficult or unproductive are still building strength. The key is consistency. Solomon didn't meditate only when he felt like it, or only when he had mystical experiences. He practiced daily, regardless of how it felt, because he understood that the benefits compound over time. 5 minutes daily is infinitely more valuable than occasional hour-long sessions. The daily practice establishes the pattern. The consistency creates the transformation. Here's a powerful addition to your creative silence practice that Solomon used extensively. After your meditation, while still in that elevated state, speak your intentions and affirmations aloud. Your subconscious is most receptive immediately after meditation because you've shifted into alpha or theta brainwave states, where the critical factor of your conscious mind is reduced. Affirmations spoken in this state bypass resistance and install directly into your subconscious programming. I am divinely guided. Wisdom flows through me effortlessly. Abundance is my natural state. I am grateful for all that I am, and all that I have, and all that I'm becoming. Speak your truth as if it's already reality, and let your subconscious receive it without argument. This combination of creative silence followed by conscious programming is extraordinarily powerful. The silence creates receptivity. The affirmations install new beliefs. Together they reprogram your consciousness at the deepest level. Let me share one final insight about creative silence that brings everything together. The silence isn't empty. It's full of infinite intelligence, full of creative potential, full of wisdom and guidance, full of peace and power. When you enter the silence, you're not withdrawing from life. You're connecting with the source of life itself. You're touching the quantum field directly, without the interference of mental noise. You're becoming a clear channel for universal intelligence to flow through. And from that connection, everything becomes easier. Problems that seemed impossible dissolve. Decisions that felt overwhelming become clear. Actions that felt forced become effortless. This is the secret behind Solomon's legendary effectiveness. He didn't just work harder than everyone else. He worked from a place of connection to source, from the silence where all wisdom lives. And that connection multiplied his effectiveness exponentially. The same multiplication is available to you. Not someday in the future when you've meditated for years, but today, with your very next session. Every time you enter the silence, you're connecting with the same source Solomon connected with. Every time you quiet your mind, you're accessing the same wisdom he accessed. Every time you rest in present awareness, you're touching the same quantum field he touched. The power isn't in perfect technique. The power is in the simple act of being still, being present, being open. Do this daily, and your life will transform in ways you cannot currently imagine. So here's my invitation to you as we close this chapter. Commit to the practice of creative silence. Not as one more thing on your to-do list, but as the foundation of everything else you do. Make it sacred time, non-negotiable, protected. Start with just 5 minutes if that's all you can manage. Sit, breathe, be present. Notice thoughts without following them. Return to breath. Expand into awareness. Connect with elevated emotion. Feel your desired future as present reality. Then carry that silence into your day and watch what happens. Watch how your stress decreases and your peace increases. Watch how your clarity sharpens and your intuition strengthens. Watch how synchronicities multiply and manifestations accelerate. Watch how your entire experience of life transforms from struggle to flow, from confusion to clarity, from separation to connection. This is not theory. This is not philosophy. This is practical instruction that produces measurable results when applied consistently. Solomon proved it works. Countless others have proved it works. And now it's your turn to prove it to yourself. The silence is waiting. The source is calling. And your next moment of stillness is an opportunity to connect with infinite intelligence and transform everything. Enter the creative silence. Practice it daily. And discover the power that has always been available to you, just beneath the surface of mental noise, in the space where all creation begins. Chapter 10. Living the Code, the Continuous Transformation. This is where everything comes together. This is where theory transforms into practice, where understanding becomes embodiment, where knowledge becomes wisdom. Everything you've learned in the previous 9 chapters has been building toward this moment, this recognition, this commitment. The Solomon Code isn't something you learn once and then file away. It's not a technique you apply occasionally when you need something. It's a way of being, a lens through which you perceive reality, a frequency you maintain, a practice you live. Solomon didn't become legendary by reading about wisdom, or thinking about prosperity, or talking about consciousness. He became legendary by living these principles every single day, in every decision, through every challenge, until they weren't principles he followed, but truths he embodied. And now, it's your turn. Not to achieve perfection, because transformation is a continuous journey, not a destination, but to commit fully to the practice, to integrate what you know into how you live, to become the walking embodiment of the code. This is where your new life begins. Let me start by addressing something crucial, because this is where most people fail in their transformation journey. They consume information endlessly. They read books, attend workshops, listen to teachings, and accumulate vast knowledge about consciousness, manifestation, and personal development. They understand the concepts intellectually. They can discuss quantum physics and neuroplasticity and vibrational frequency, but their lives don't change. Why? Because knowledge without application is just entertainment. Understanding without practice is just mental exercise. You can know everything about swimming and still drown if you never get in the water. The gap between knowing and doing is where dreams die and potential remains unrealized. Solomon understood this deeply. He didn't just study wisdom, he applied it. He didn't just understand principles, he tested them. He didn't just contemplate consciousness, he directed it. And the application, the practice, the daily embodiment, that's what created the legendary results. So as we explore what it means to live the code, I need you to understand that this chapter isn't about learning something new. It's about committing to practice what you already know until it becomes who you are. Living the code means waking up every morning with conscious intention. Before you reach for your phone, before you engage with external stimuli, before you allow the momentum of habit to carry you into unconscious patterns, you pause, you breathe, you remember who you are and who you're becoming. You recall the principles you've learned. Dominant thoughts create reality. Words are creative forces. The divided mind sabotages manifestation. Beliefs can be reprogrammed. State of being attracts corresponding experiences. Emotions are magnetic forces. What you sow, you reap. Silence connects you to source. These aren't just interesting ideas. These are operational laws of consciousness, and every morning is an opportunity to consciously align with them or unconsciously violate them. Solomon started each day with intention. He set his frequency before engaging with the demands of his kingdom. He programmed his consciousness before circumstances programmed it for him. This morning practice, this conscious calibration, is the foundation of living the code. Here's what your morning might look like when you're truly living the code. You wake naturally or to a gentle alarm, and instead of immediately thinking about everything you need to do, you take 3 deep breaths. You feel your body. You notice your state. You consciously choose gratitude, perhaps by recalling 3 things you appreciate about your life. This immediately shifts your frequency from whatever state you woke in to an elevated state. Then you spend 5 to 15 minutes in creative silence, the practice from the previous chapter, sitting, breathing, connecting with source, feeling elevated emotions, aligning with your vision. After meditation, while your subconscious is still receptive, you speak your declarations aloud. I am divinely guided. Abundance flows to me effortlessly. I am healthy, peaceful, and purposeful. I sow love and reap love. I trust the process completely. These aren't empty words. They're programming instructions for your subconscious and energetic commands to the quantum field. Then you set your intention for the day. What do you want to create today? What state of being will you maintain? What will you sow? This entire process takes maybe 20 to 30 minutes. but it determines the trajectory of your entire day. This is how you live the code. Throughout your day, living the code means maintaining awareness of your internal state. You're no longer unconsciously reacting to whatever happens. You're consciously choosing your response. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and instead of automatically engaging in anger, you pause, breathe, and choose peace. You remember that your emotional state is creating your future experiences, and you decide that 5 seconds of reactive anger isn't worth the negative harvest it would produce. A challenge arises at work, and instead of spiraling into stress and overwhelm, you take a moment to enter creative silence, connect with your inner wisdom, and ask for guidance. You remember that solutions exist in elevated states of consciousness that aren't accessible from states of stress. A financial worry crosses your mind, and instead of dwelling on lack, you consciously redirect to abundance. You remember that worry is planting seeds of scarcity, and you choose to plant seeds of trust and sufficiency instead. This constant awareness, this moment-by-moment choosing, this is living the code. It's not always easy. It's not always automatic. But it becomes more natural with practice, and the results are undeniable. Solomon lived this way constantly. The texts describe him as someone who was mindful, deliberate, conscious in all his affairs. He made decisions from wisdom rather than reactivity. He spoke from understanding rather than emotion. He acted from vision rather than fear. And this wasn't because he was born special or divinely gifted. It was because he practiced these principles so consistently that they became his nature. This is what's available to you, not someday in the future after years of practice, but today, right now, with your very next choice. You can choose to respond consciously rather than react unconsciously. You can choose to maintain your elevated state rather than match the energy around you. You can choose to sow what you want to reap rather than sow from old patterns. Every single moment is an opportunity to live the code. Every single choice is a chance to embody the wisdom you've learned. And the more you choose consciously, the more natural conscious choosing becomes, until eventually living the code isn't something you do, it's something you are. Let me give you a framework for navigating challenges while living the code, because challenges are inevitable, and how you meet them determines whether you're truly embodying these principles or just understanding them intellectually. When difficulty arises, and it will, your first response is to breathe, not think, not react, not panic. Breathe. 3 deep, slow breaths to interrupt the automatic stress response and create space for conscious choice. Second, identify what you're feeling without judgment. I notice I'm feeling anxious. I notice I'm feeling frustrated. I notice I'm feeling overwhelmed. This awareness itself begins to shift the emotion because you're observing it rather than being consumed by it. Third, acknowledge the situation honestly, but without disempowering story. This situation is challenging, and I'm figuring out how to handle it, rather than, this is terrible, and I'm a victim, and nothing ever works out for me. Fourth, consciously choose your state of being. Despite this challenge, I choose to maintain peace. I choose to trust the process. I choose to believe that solutions are available. Fifth, ask empowering questions. What can I learn from this? What opportunity might be hidden here? How can I use this to grow? Sixth, take the next right action from your elevated state rather than from fear or stress. And seventh, trust that the resolution will come, that the universe is responding to your frequency, that living the code will produce results even when you can't see them yet. This framework isn't theoretical. Solomon used it constantly. When his kingdom faced threats, he didn't panic. He became still, connected with wisdom, made conscious choices, and acted from clarity. When complex problems arose, he didn't stress. He entered the silence, received guidance, and responded with confidence. When people disappointed him, he didn't react in anger. He maintained his state, chose his response, and acted from wisdom rather than emotion. This is what mastery looks like. Not the absence of challenges, but conscious navigation of them. Not immunity to difficulty, but maintained alignment despite it. You're going to face obstacles on this journey. Your old patterns will resist change. Your circumstances will test your commitment. Your mind will doubt the process. This is normal. This is how growth happens. The question isn't whether challenges will come. The question is whether you'll use them as excuses to abandon the code, or as opportunities to prove its power. Solomon chose the latter, and his challenges became the very situations that demonstrated his wisdom most powerfully. Living the code also means being selective about what you allow into your consciousness, your environment, the people you spend time with, the media you consume, the conversations you engage in. All of these either support your transformation or undermine it. Solomon surrounded himself with wise counselors, not because he needed their approval, but because their frequency supported his. He created environments of beauty and order because they elevated his state. He engaged in activities that produced wisdom and peace, rather than activities that produced chaos and stress. You must do the same. This doesn't mean you become rigid or judgmental or isolate yourself. It means you become intentional about what you expose yourself to. If spending time with certain people consistently lowers your frequency, reduce that time and increase time with people who elevate you. If consuming news or social media creates anxiety or comparison or negativity, limit it and replace it with content that inspires and empowers. If certain environments make it harder to maintain your state, avoid them when possible, and practice stronger centeredness when they're unavoidable. You're not escaping from reality. You're creating conditions that support your highest reality. Here's something profound about living the code that might surprise you. As you embody these principles more completely, you'll notice that life becomes easier in some ways and more challenging in others. Easier because you're flowing with universal laws rather than resisting them. Easier because you're creating consciously rather than unconsciously. Easier because synchronicities increase and opportunities align. But more challenging because you're being called to grow beyond your comfortable limitations. More challenging because your ego will fight to maintain familiar patterns. More challenging because the universe will test whether your new state of being is authentic or just temporary. Solomon experienced this. As his wisdom grew, so did the complexity of situations he was asked to navigate. As his influence expanded, so did the challenges he faced. But he welcomed this because he understood that greater challenges develop greater capacity. You don't build strength by lifting light weights. You build it by progressively increasing the load. Your challenges aren't punishments or signs that you're doing something wrong. They're opportunities to demonstrate and strengthen your mastery of the code. Let me talk about the role of community and accountability in living the code, because transformation rarely happens in isolation. Solomon had wise counselors, trusted advisors, people who could speak truth to him and support his vision. You need the same. Find people who are committed to their own transformation, who understand these principles, who can support you when you struggle, and celebrate with you when you succeed. This might be a formal group, an online community, a close friend, or a mentor. The specific form doesn't matter. What matters is having people in your life who reflect back your highest potential, who remind you of the code when you forget, who hold you accountable to your vision when circumstances tempt you to settle. But here's what's crucial. Community should support your practice, not replace it. Some people join groups and talk endlessly about transformation while never actually transforming. They mistake discussion for practice, understanding for embodiment. Solomon engaged with wise counselors, but he also spent significant time alone in practice. He received input from others, but he made his own decisions from his own connection to source. Use community wisely. Let it support and enhance your practice, not distract from or substitute for it. Living the code means developing what I call spiritual consistency, which is maintaining your practice and principles through all seasons of life, not just when you're feeling inspired or when things are going well, but especially when motivation wanes or circumstances are difficult. Solomon didn't practice wisdom only when he felt wise. He practiced it when he felt confused. He didn't maintain peace only when everything was peaceful. He maintained it when everything was chaotic. He didn't express gratitude only when life was obviously good. He expressed it when finding things to be grateful for required effort. This consistency, this commitment to practice regardless of how you feel or what's happening around you, is what transforms principles into permanent transformation. Most people practice when it's easy and abandon when it's hard, which is exactly backwards. The practice is most important precisely when it's most difficult, because that's when you're rewiring the deepest patterns, overcoming the strongest resistance, and proving to yourself and the universe that your commitment is real. Here's a truth about living the code that you need to hear. You will fail. Not might fail. Will fail. You'll have days when you forget everything you've learned and operate from pure reactivity. You'll have moments when you violate every principle you've studied. You'll have periods when your practice completely falls apart. This is not failure of the code. This is part of the process of embodiment. Solomon himself made mistakes. He violated his own wisdom at times. The texts are honest about this. But he didn't let temporary failures define him or derail his commitment. He acknowledged them, learned from them, and returned to practice. This is the key. Not perfection, but persistence. Not never falling, but always getting back up. Not flawless execution, but sincere commitment. When you notice you've abandoned the code, don't waste energy on shame or self-criticism. Simply acknowledge it. I slipped into old patterns and consciously choose to return. Now I'm choosing to live the code again. Every moment is a new opportunity. Every breath is a fresh start. The power is always available in the present moment, regardless of how many past moments you spent unconsciously. Let me give you what I call the Solomon integration practice, a weekly review process that helps you continuously integrate the code more deeply into your life. Once a week, perhaps Sunday evening, spend 30 minutes in reflective review. Look back over the past 7 days and ask yourself specific questions. When did I live the code well? Celebrate those moments. Feel proud. Let the positive reinforce itself. When did I abandon the code? Acknowledge those moments without judgment. What triggered the abandonment? What could I do differently next time? What did I learn about myself? What patterns am I noticing? Are there specific situations that consistently challenge my practice? Are there particular principles I'm strong with and others I need to focus on? What's my intention for the coming week? What specific aspect of the code will I emphasize? This weekly review creates continuous improvement. You're not just practicing blindly. You're practicing consciously, learning from experience, refining your approach, becoming more skillful over time. Solomon did this. He reflected on his experiences, extracted wisdom from them, and used that wisdom to inform future choices. This made him wiser continuously, rather than repeating the same lessons endlessly. Living the code also means teaching it, not necessarily formally, but through your example. As you transform, people will notice. They'll see that something is different about you. You're calmer, more centered, more effective, more peaceful, more prosperous, more fulfilled. They'll ask what changed. They'll want to know your secret, and this is your opportunity to share the code. Not by preaching or pushing, but by offering what you've learned when people are genuinely open to receiving it. Solomon's wisdom spread not because he forced it on people, but because it was so evident in his life that people sought it. Your transformation will do the same. As you embody these principles more completely, you become a living demonstration of their power. You don't need to convince anyone. You just need to be the proof. And when people are ready, they'll ask, and you can share. But here's what's crucial. Share from your own experience, not from theory. Share what you've actually practiced and seen results from, not what you've just read or heard. Share vulnerably, including your struggles and failures, not just your successes. This authenticity makes the teaching powerful and relatable. It shows people that transformation is possible for ordinary humans, not just for special individuals. Now, as we approach the end of this chapter and this book, I want to talk about what living the code ultimately produces, not just in terms of external manifestations, although those will come, but in terms of internal transformation. When you live these principles consistently over months and years, you become a different person, not cosmetically or superficially, but fundamentally. Your baseline state of consciousness elevates permanently. What used to upset you no longer has power over you. What used to seem impossible now seems achievable. What used to require tremendous effort now flows naturally. You develop a deep, unshakable peace that isn't dependent on circumstances. You cultivate wisdom that guides you through complexity with clarity. You generate prosperity that stems from internal abundance rather than external acquisition. You create influence that comes from authentic power rather than manipulation or force. You experience synchronicity so regularly that it becomes your new normal. You manifest with increasing speed and ease as your frequency stabilizes at higher levels. This is what Solomon achieved. This is what living the code produces. And this is what's waiting for you on the other side of consistent practice. But I need to tell you something important about the journey ahead. Transformation isn't linear. It's not a steady upward climb. It's more like a spiral where you revisit similar lessons at deeper levels. You'll think you've mastered something, and then a situation will reveal another layer of that same pattern, requiring deeper work. You'll feel like you've arrived at a new level of consciousness, and then circumstances will show you there's still further to go. This is normal. This is how growth works. Solomon never stopped growing. Even at the height of his wisdom and prosperity, he continued to practice, to refine, to deepen his understanding and embodiment. There is no final destination in consciousness. There is only continuous expansion, ongoing evolution, perpetual transformation. This is beautiful, not frustrating, once you embrace it. It means you'll never be bored. You'll never run out of potential for growth. You'll never exhaust the depths of wisdom available. Every day offers new opportunities to live the code more fully, to embody these principles more completely, to express your highest potential more authentically. So here's what I'm asking you as we close this final chapter. Don't just finish this book and move on to the next thing. Don't just add this information to your collection of knowledge and let it sit unused. Don't just understand these principles intellectually without applying them practically. Make a commitment right now, in this moment, to live the code. Not perfectly, because perfection isn't required, but sincerely, with full engagement, with genuine effort. Start with your morning practice. Set your alarm 20 minutes earlier if you need to. Create the space for silence, intention setting, and conscious programming. This alone will transform your life if you do it consistently. Then practice awareness throughout your day. Notice your thoughts, choose your words, direct your emotions, maintain your state, sow consciously. At first, you'll forget constantly. You'll slip into unconscious patterns repeatedly, but keep practicing. Keep returning to awareness. Keep choosing consciously. And finally, do your evening review. Acknowledge what you did well. Learn from what you could improve. Set intention for tomorrow. This daily cycle, practiced consistently, will rewire your consciousness completely. And here's the most important thing I want you to understand as you begin or continue this journey. You already have everything you need. The power is already within you. The connection to Source is already available. The quantum field is already responding to your frequency. The principles are already operating in your life, whether you're conscious of them or not. All that's changing is your awareness and intentional direction of forces that have always been present. Solomon didn't gain new powers. He became conscious of powers he always had. He learned to direct forces that were always available. He practiced principles that have always been operating. You're doing the same. You're not becoming someone new. You're becoming consciously who you've always been capable of being. You're not acquiring power from outside yourself. You're claiming power that's always been yours. You're not learning foreign concepts. You're remembering truths your soul has always known. The Solomon Code isn't just information about consciousness. It's a transmission of possibility. It's proof that an ordinary human being, facing real challenges, dealing with actual complexity, can master the principles of manifestation and live an extraordinary life. Solomon did it 3,000 years ago without modern technology or scientific understanding. You can do it now with all the tools, knowledge, and resources available to you. The code is the same. The principles haven't changed. Consciousness works the same way it's always worked. The quantum field responds the same way it's always responded. What's different is that you now understand how it all works. You've decoded the mystery. You've been given the keys. The only question remaining is whether you'll use them, whether you'll practice, whether you'll commit, whether you'll persist, even when it's difficult, whether you'll live the code not just when you feel inspired, but when you don't, not just when it's easy, but when it's hard, not just when you see immediate results, but when you're walking by faith in the process. This is your moment. This is your choice. This is your opportunity to step fully into your power, to claim your birthright as a conscious creator, to live the life you were born to live. The code is complete. The teaching is finished. Everything you need to know has been shared. Now comes the most important part, the living, the practice, the embodiment, the transformation. Solomon's journey began with a choice to seek wisdom above all else, a choice to live consciously rather than unconsciously, a choice to master the principles of creation rather than be mastered by circumstances. And that choice, made and remade every single day, created a legacy that has endured for 3 millennia. Your journey begins the same way, with a choice, and that choice, honored through consistent practice, will create a life beyond anything you've previously imagined. The code is yours. The power is yours. The transformation is yours. All that remains is your decision to walk the path that Solomon walked, to live the principles he lived, to become the conscious creator you were always meant to be. Welcome to the rest of your life. Welcome to living the code. Welcome to your continuous transformation. The journey is just beginning, and every step forward is a step into greater wisdom, power, peace, and purpose. This is the way. This is the code. This is your new reality. Live it fully. Practice it faithfully. Embody it completely. And watch as everything transforms.